Insomnia, Maniacs, Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, beautiful people. Happy Friday. How y'all doing tonight? Who's here so far? Hi, Bob. How you doing, baby? Thank you, baby. I definitely need it. Hi, Chew. How you doing, honey? And Bob, you said you tried sending me a text. I didn't get it, baby. So, I don't know where it went, just so you know. And I never received it. So, I don't know if you didn't dial the number right or plugged it in right. I don't know, baby. But I didn't get it. Hello, Anytime Television. Hi, Daphne. Hi, Off Grid. How y'all doing tonight? What are y'all up to? Y'all getting in trouble or staying out of trouble? What's going on with y'all? Bugger? Is that what that is, Bob? Yeah, baby, that's what you'll have to do. I only know because I've, had to do it, reaching out to people in other countries myself, like Canada, UK, and even Italy, when I've done readings for people, and I have to type in like the country code first, and then the area code, and then the number. So try it again, baby, because I didn't get it. Just so you know. Hi, beautiful Moonchild. Hi, Nancy. You went thrift shopping. You went to the store. Cool beans. Did you buy anything good off grid? I hope so. And thank you, Moonchild. Yeah, I thought I'd be the lady in red tonight. Well, hello, beautiful Hershey. How you doing, girlfriend? Same to you, honey. Did you come in here to play Whack-A-Troll for a minute? Just in case people want to act like a fool? There was plenty of them last night for you, Hershey. But I know you're busy, girlfriend. How you doing? How's everything going in your world? I know you were supposed to have a birthday. I did see it come across, but I was in the middle of something. Oh, and Hershey, since I saw you last, guess what? I got 8 kittens now. Well, that's good to hear, Nancy. What is it, a motorbike or a bicycle? And off-grid. That's cool. You do solar panels. I considered that. But I heard from people it's a pain in the butt to deal with solar panel. In fact, I think I had somebody come by my house about a month ago trying to sell solar panel. It's like, nope, not interested. I got a new roof on this house. I mean, this house is only a year old. Fun, Hershey. I love it, honey. I'm sorry you haven't been feeling good, though. Hey, but I'd be all for the pool party tomorrow. That's a lot of fun. I haven't even, I was just thinking about that the other day. It's like, I don't even know where my freaking swimsuit is. It's in a box somewhere. So I have to get another one. Well, that's cool, Nancy. That's a great thing, honey. Oh, off-grid, I know, honey. I was just saying, I've heard people who've gotten these solar panel installed in their house. They've complained that it's a pain in the butt. Man, I'd have to start thinking about everything they told me. But it would hopefully save money in the long run. I would hope so anyways. That's the whole point of it. There's nothing wrong with that, honey. Aloha, Drew. Are you in Hawaii, Drew? Um, well, I'll tell you what one of my siblings had told me. Um, they were in a relationship with someone who was still living at home with their parents, and they had their solar panel um installed on the roof out in California. And they were telling me like unless it's like clear skies, like how is the solar panel supposed to get charged? You need the sunlight to come down to charge it, so it'll work to supply power to the rest of the house. And, if it's freaking hot and, it's been cloudy, like in some areas, it's a lot of clouds, the sun ain't going to come out hardly. So how is the sun going to charge up, the solar panels so you can provide it, not just, for lights inside your house, but even, to cool your house down, especially in summer. So that's what they were telling me, that it was a pain. And it's like, yeah, I don't think I'd do that. But I'm sure a lot's changed since, they told me that. Hi, Darby. How you doing? Yeah, it makes sense to me, too. Because they would complain about how it would be in the middle of summer. And we're talking California. So, I mean, it's always pretty much hot. I mean, they do get winter, but it depends on what part of California you're in. And talking about how they were always sweating in the summer. Even, when sometimes when it would be sunny, for days, it's like it wasn't enough to like keep the house all charged, plus, provide them with AC and such. So yeah, they truly can off grid. I know some people, it's like they've even considered doing it to their whole house just so they can get like a tax rebate. It's like, no, it's not worth it to me. Utter, what kind of question is that? How would I feel if I had not had dinner yesterday? Well, let's see. Well, since I could speak on that literally, right now, I guess I'm all right. I'm gonna need some food here soon, though. So, but you're talking to somebody who doesn't eat around the clock. I eat maybe once a day. I'm not the type person that's on a schedule. Like, I eat when my body says it's hungry, and that's it. So, hi, deplorable. How you doing, baby? Oh, really, Darby? Wow. That's crazy. Like, I'm not one of those people, which is kind of funny, because the reading I pulled for y'all, it's about love again. And it's like earlier today, after I pulled the cards, I had walked, out to do something. I think it was to go look and check on the kittens. And, I'm just sitting there, talking to, my spirit team. And, and I'm just trying to make sense of this, trying to, how else do I explain some of what, I've been trying to talk to y'all for like the past, seems like weeks for me. And my daddy came through loud and clear and told me, he was like, Amanda, of course, he called me by my pet name. He's like, you need to tell them it's like applying for a job. Put your application in. Either the man or the woman says yes or no. Yeah, there's this fear of rejection, sure. But just like applying for a job, there's no guarantee you're going to get the job. You may think you're qualified. You may think you're the one that they're looking for. You make a good match for them, but it doesn't guarantee you're going to be getting the job. So my daddy told me to put it to y'all that way. In a relationship of any kind, when you're trying to start one, especially brand new, even, I mean, friendship, but if we're talking about romantic love and you have this fear of rejection, like say you like somebody, but you don't know if they like you, and you're like, I don't know if I want to tell them. Do I tell them? What if they don't like me? Yeah, there's that chance. But then what? Well, my daddy said, think of it like applying for a job. You know, there's a chance you may get turned down and just accept that. Does that mean you're not, capable of, being that person's partner? No, you just may not be meant for them, is all. And then people turn around and then internalize it in this context of like, oh, well, I must be ugly, or, I must be, overweight, or, they look at themselves like there has to be something wrong with me. Why don't they like me that way? Maybe it's nothing like that. Maybe it's not you, could be them. Maybe there's, something that maybe y'all just don't line up. You know, maybe your priorities are different than their priorities. Maybe they just got out of a relationship and, kind of hard to ask or expect someone to want to just jump into a new one. I understand some people out there do, because some people don't understand what it's like to be alone. So it scares them when they enter a relationship, and they're always automatically out there on the hunt, trying to get over their ex-partner, but they don't want to be alone. So they're out there trying to find a new partner right away. And then that's where the rebounds come. But I thought that was interesting how my daddy put that to me. So, due warnings, we are grown here. He's talking about Hershey. What are y'all talking about? What did I miss? Yeah, I know what you mean, off-grid. Okay, what did deplorable garbage do? Because he's been in here before, y'all. What did he say? He has a different personality. Hold on. Before anything else happens. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, you can get lost. Bob. Unhide murder male, or, yeah, murder mitten male monster, please. Thank you. You don't have to do that, baby. Remember, you're not here for them, you're here for me. Okay? Don't be that way, baby. I mean, baby, I didn't see that comment last night, but baby, I would have told you to not say that to me either. But I understand your personality too. So, if you want to unsubscribe, baby, I'm not going to beg you not to. That's your choice. And baby, Bob, I know murder. I know him, okay? I'm subscribed to his channel. So let me make myself clear. Okay? If he says something that you're not sure how I'll take it, make sure I see it. And then I can handle it. Because maybe you may not understand his personality like I do. If you can do that for me, baby. Well, if you want to leave, baby, that's up to you. You know. And Bob's telling the truth. He didn't time you out today, baby. My other mod did. So, and Hershey, apparently so. You know how I get into my moods where I start talking about things and people, they expect me to be all clown smiling instead of just reading the room, and instead of feeling like they need to be noticed, or how would I put that? Just to listen, read the room, listen what I'm saying first before you come in here and try and be rude and disrespectful. You might listen and learn something. They automatically look at my face expression and think I'm mad, all this, that, and they think I should be smiling like a little young woman, like, hey, no, not doing that. So, it's okay, Hershey. If it was, baby, Hershey, if it was anybody else, I would, I would have understood, but I understand his personality. So, his personality, in a sense, at times reminds me of my daddy and my brother. So, some may not understand it. I understand it. How to everybody else? Well, he's been, he got kicked out of here once before by somebody else, Bob. So, that's why. He had another name. So, but anyways, hi, beautiful people. All the ones that came in. Hope y'all are well. So, and I know you don't want to come in here and cause problems. Deplorable garbage. I know that, baby. I'm just telling you. Understand that they're trying to protect me too, baby. So don't take it personally. They just don't know you. Yeah, let's keep the good energy going, please. So, if he left, he left. And, it is what it is. But yeah, he has that masculine energy like my daddy. So, hi, Bonnie. Hi, Frank. How y'all doing? And off-grid, I understand that, baby. You don't approach women. You seen Teddy looking at you. Yeah. Say hi, Teddy. I get that some people may not want to approach someone because they're afraid of rejection, but then, baby, it's like, if you're single because you never put yourself out there, then it's kind of hard, doesn't that get lonely? Like, isn't there going to come a time where you're going to be like, I need to stop, being afraid, and then if I find someone that catches my eye, have the confidence to approach them, what's the worst they can say? No. Okay. Are you okay though? Like, are you still alive? You still got a roof over your head? Like, change your mindset. Instead of just thinking, the end of the world's gonna come. It's all about your ego. I try to teach y'all to have confidence. A confident person is someone. It's not about your looks, it's your mentality. It's your attitude. It's the way you present yourself in the world and the way you interact. Can your, outer, appearance help with that? Yeah, and I understand that too, but I also understand at the same time, like, I've said many times before, I could walk into a room full of people and have nobody like me, and I'm going to be okay. I'll be more than okay. Why? Because I'm confident enough in myself that I know I'm be just fine, whether somebody likes me or not. I don't need people to like me, because I have that mentality of, you're either going to like me and love me, or you're not. One or the other, okay? I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I accept that too. Just like everybody else won't be my cup of tea either. But I can honestly admit that. I'm not looking for everyone to love me, like me. It is what it is. Some of us, our personality is going to clash. And, You know, I'm sure I've stepped on some people's toes over the years and, you know, they didn't like me, but maybe it's because of how I stood up for myself too, because I was willing to say or do something that maybe they weren't. Or maybe sometimes I've also noticed this, that I end up triggering people. Like one of my other mods would say, I irritate their demons because I trigger them in a way that nobody else has, or I'll challenge them in a way nobody else has. Because most people would never dare to challenge or, you know, be that way with them. And I don't mean it in a vicious way, but there's something that, you know, obviously I'm not getting through or they're not understanding, you know, and maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm not explaining it right. And I may have to take a minute to digest it and figure out how do I explain this to this person, make them understand, you know, because people sometimes can take people's tone for an example. Like, I get that a lot on here. Many of y'all who've been here understand what I'm talking about. People come in here and think I'm mad because of my tone or the way I express myself. Just only seeing me for the first time. Not taking the time to get to know me and listen. You know, they think because I speak, you know, with how has it been put? Um I speak with conviction. You know, I speak, you know, with, you know, what I'm, you know, saying, you know, I truly believe and stand in. You know, I'm not afraid. You know, I'm not like that woman that, you know, speaks in a lower tone. But I wasn't raised that way either. So, and I think that doesn't hit right with everyone. So when I say something and I say it with conviction, some people take it as I'm angry. No, you confuse it with my convictions, my passion, and people get the two confused. So it's that kind of thing, baby. So it's just something that I think most people have to come to understand. And that I feel like when my daddy was trying to tell me, you know, it's like, as he always told me, you know, he would never want me to go out there and chase after a guy. I wasn't raised that way. True. Now, does that mean that if a guy had crossed my path, that caught my attention, that, you know, we became friends, does that mean that, you know, if I, you know, started looking at him a different way, that I wouldn't tell him? I would tell him. I would let them know, like, look, I think you're hot or whatever. Oh, I'd go out on a date with you. I'm not afraid to say that. Now it's up to them to then, you know, do you want to take me out kind of thing. That's where I leave it. Okay. And I've done that. And yeah, most of them, you know, want to take me out. But, you know, I've had a couple of friends over the years, and this is the other thing that's funny. I had a couple of guy friends that I grew up with, um, who I've known since like middle school, we'll say. And I thought we were just friends. And I really never saw one of them any more than a friend. The other one, okay, there could have been potential there. I don't know. I didn't really look into it that far because I normally had a boyfriend. They normally had a girlfriend. Okay. But when I ended up getting engaged before I got married, or maybe it was right after I got married, I remember he approached me. He was like, Amanda, I wish, you know, I wish I got a chance to take you out. What do you, what? What do you mean take me out? Like, we go and hang out, we shoot pool, we do whatever, we eat, you know, have lunch together, huh? He's like, no, I would have loved the opportunity to take you out on a date. Well, yeah, it's a little too late now, buddy, isn't it? You know, like, I have somebody. You know, why didn't you say something to me back then? You know, what were you afraid of? I don't know. And I can't remember what he told me. But I mean, that's what I mean. It's like, and now you're looking at me because now suddenly I'm not an option anymore. Like, damn, should have asked her out. That's what he told me. I should have asked you out when I had the opportunity. Yeah. And there it went. You know, you thought I was going to stay single forever? Like, come on. So that's always what my daddy tried telling me. Y'all are funny. Oh, y'all are picking on Teddy. What are you saying, Hershey? Yeah, Teddy's always checking you out, Hershey. Aloha 808. How you doing, baby? That's awesome, baby. How you feeling? Are you still healing up from your surgery, baby? It's good to see you. Happy Friday. I'm just over here chatting. I hadn't even gotten started yet. Just trying to dial into everyone's energy. I mean, I pulled cards, but I, I was going to pull out one of them decks, and it's always negative, and I can't stand that. That always drains me, so I try and protect my energy that way. So I'm happy to see you, baby. I hope life's been treating you good. No, Bonnie, thank you, honey. That's so sweet of you to say. And I'm glad, what I share with y'all and, the free readings I do, the collective, and even the other readings I do. Like, even when I do a paid reading, I want y'all to keep something in mind. Even if someone else paid me for that reading and I'm reading specifically for them, if there's any messages in that person's reading that resonates, take it. You need to take that message. You were meant to hear it too. So don't forget that. So yeah, I thought it was funny though with my daddy. Yes, murder. I know you understand that, baby. So understand that I'm the same way in a lot of regards. Even my daddy was that way. Oh my gosh. Like my daddy always had this pissed off look. He really, really did. And it could intimidate a lot of people too. And it was hard. Anyone outside, it would be hard to know if he was happy or if he was in a bad mood. Unless, you got to see him crack a smile. Then you would know, okay. Um, but I got to know his energy well enough when I knew, was he having a bad day? Was he in a bad mood? Or, because he rarely smiled. So, and his tone sometimes, it was hard to say. But I had to learn his sarcasm, just like my brother. Him and my brother are so much alike. And I got to know, my daddy in that way. Like, even now with my brother, it's so funny. There's many times my brother will say something and it makes me laugh because that's my daddy. But then I've done the same thing. I'll say something that's something my daddy used to say. So it's all good, baby. I get it. I get it. I get it. Mhm. Hi, Moon Fox. How you doing, honey? And murder, baby, people just haven't gotten to know you like that. Or they haven't taken the time to get to know you that way. I understand you, baby. Oh, and murder. You would want to hear this story. Because you may not have heard this last night. I go up to the convenience store yesterday before I started my stream. Because I'm out of beef jerky, which, I'm sure you've seen me before munching on beef jerky while I'm streaming. And so I go up there and I'm already dressed. I got my jewelry on and, hop in the insignificant other's car, drive up, down the street to the convenience store, gas station where I get my gas and everything else. And I'm walking towards the door and I see a woman standing outside, just hanging around. She looked like she was probably homeless. Like her clothes didn't look clean, we'll say, and she was carrying like what looked like a sleeping bag and another bag. So she looked like she was traveling, possibly like a hitchhiker, transient type, right? I didn't, say nothing. I just walked by her and went inside. And I go in there and I grab my stuff. And, as I'm at the counter at the cash register, she walked in. And then she looked right at me. And she pointed down to my arm. She's like, that's my effing bracelet. What? Are you crazy? She's like, you stole my effing bracelet. This? I know you done lost your effing mind. And as soon as I'm looking at her and I'm just thinking, great. Yeah. One time I would think I'd probably need my pistol. I didn't have it on me. Because then somebody else walked in front of the door to where like they were trying to keep me from leaving. Oh, and I was pissed at this point. And I said, you know what? I know this is my bracelet. It's not like it's mass produced. It's one of a kind. And yeah, I've had this bracelet for over 20 years. So when do you think you took this? Or when do you think I took this, I should say? Oh, it was about over a year ago. No, wasn't me, you know. But if you think so, go ahead and call. Call the cops. Go ahead. I'll wait. Cop shows up and, listens to her and then, comes over and talks to me. And he's like, well, can you prove this is your bracelet? Yeah, because I got the documents at home, in fact. Well, I need you to get in the back seat of my car. What? Are you crazy? Like, you're gonna listen to her? Like, this is on my wrist, okay? I can give you all the details about this bracelet. Can she? Okay? Because I bought it over 20 years ago. In fact, I played my insignificant other for this bracelet, and I won. I can tell you how much it cost. Okay? I can tell you what I paid for it. I can tell you the specifications, the details of this bracelet. Can she? And because I got the stuff at home. And he's like, well, I need you to get back in my car. I'm taking you to your house. Fine. Wouldn't let me drive in my own car, going, back to my house down the street. And so, not thinking, because even though I've been here a year, most of my stuff's still in boxes, right? Including the documents that I have, like the receipt for when it was purchased, the financing documents still, because we got 12 months savings cash, so we financed it. And also the appraisal, because I had to get extra coverage on my homeowner's insurance to cover it in case of death or anything like that. And I'm thinking, damn, I don't even know where this box is because most of the stuff in my house still in boxes, you know. And I just looked at them. I said, well, it's in boxes. I know it's around here somewhere, but you know what? You can call my jeweler and ask him yourself. He will tell you it belongs to me. Okay? It's one of a kind. It's not mass produced. And I said, in fact, I can tell you it's 6.86 carats total. VS1 GH quality diamonds, and it weighs over about 1.38 ounce grams, whatever, of 18 karat gold. Can she tell you that? And he's like, well, how do I know that this is not one of your friends that's gonna, try and cover up for you? You can look up his jewelry store on the internet and get the number. I'll give you his name. Him and his wife, they know who I am. They only sold one of these. Why? Because it's one of a kind. Mine. So, of course, he gets on the phone. And the owner answers and says, yeah, that's her bracelet. We sold it to her, you know, and he thought it was like 2003 is when he sold it to us, my bracelet. I said, so now, it gets off the phone. I said, so what do you want to do now? I said, because if you still want to believe her, go ahead, cuff me, take me. I said, because I promise you, I'm going to get out. And then I'm going to have my day in court. And I will have those documents to prove to you that this is my effing bracelet, not hers. Why don't you go freaking arrest her now for falsely accusing me? And of course, I had to get back in his car and go back to the gas station, get my car and bring it home. I was so effing mad. So mad. Person was crazy. Absolutely insane. And I can't believe that cop treated me that way. It's not like, you shouldn't judge people based on looks. And I know that. And maybe that's what he was doing. But I mean, I'm just looking at this woman like she doesn't look like she can afford $500. Why would she be able to afford like $5,000? Because I even told the cop, I said, my bracelet appraised for $24,350. That was over 20 years ago. So, again, so what do you think it's worth today? A hell of a lot more. Because even my jeweler would tell you right now, he can't make my bracelet for what he sold it to me for over 20 years ago. But hey, people are crazy. I don't understand. So it was something else. So I thought you'd find that interesting, baby. That was part of what, you know, messed with my mood last night. Hi, Jungle. Yeah, baby, but you know what it is? And I hate to say this. They judged me based on my race. It was racism, baby. Because I'm out in the country. I'm in the sticks. You know I'm in Georgia. And can I say there's a lot of people that aren't white that live around here? No, I can't. So I really think that's what it was. I don't think he believed, you know, like, because obviously, even though I'm half white, I don't look it. And so I feel like I got judged based on that and treated like a criminal for that reason. And obviously, the woman, you know, who was accusing, you know, me of supposedly stealing the bracelet from her is Caucasian and, you know, looks Caucasian. And so it was a nightmare, though. So I got the cop's name, his badge number. Oh, and I did contact, yeah, his supervisor. Left him a nice message. And that's true, too, baby. Hi, James. Dylan. And hi, Moonfox. Hi, Gina. You know, but what's crazy though, baby, it's like, I don't know what that cop expected from me. Like, do you think I'm gonna carry around those important papers with me? No, because I've never had anyone do that to me before. And, you know, it's insanity. Well, be careful, baby. I know that, you know, they like to chase after you too and give you problems. So just know I've already had my problems with them last night. Just going down the street. That's what's insane. So, yes, Shelby, he is. So, hopefully I'll be hearing from his supervisor, you know, about that, because I'm not playing. That's funny. They might, baby. You never know. Well, have fun, baby. You said you're at work, so. Hello, Lady Freedom. How you doing, honey? All right, beautiful people. I'll pull some cards, you know. This reading may not call to everybody. Like I said, it's more like a romantic love reading. But I'll pull a few cards from my spiritual deck, and then after that, I'll go through and maybe pull some other cards to try and get some other messages that doesn't have to do with romantic love, whoever I'm picking up on. Hi, Jody. How you doing? Hi to all my beautiful lurkers. So, can I just get a couple of quick messages? Spirit? Hi, Eternal. Thank you, baby. I was fixing to hide on myself. That sounds good, Shelby. Yeah, but baby, did I ever tell you that even another cop pulled me over and thought I had just done a drug deal in the parking lot at another gas station where I used to live? And they searched me and my car. And they came up with nothing. And they looked like idiots then. Of course, it was a different county. So, but I just found it interesting. Oh, you're welcome, Jody. I try and say hi to everybody. You know, I can't always catch everyone's name, especially if I'm doing a reading. But if I'm talking to everybody, I try and say hi. Hello, William. No, Gina, I haven't seen him. But he might be busy working right now, honey. Oh, and Moonchild. I don't know if Eternal's talked to you yet, but I think there's something you may want to share with me, beautiful. Not crazy. All right, Spirit. Can I get some messages real quick? Oh, here it comes. Ring. Conflicts within a relationship. Listen to others more. Need clarity. Material wealth over relationships. Yeah, I feel like some of y'all been having some conflict with some type of relation. It doesn't have to be romantic, y'all. It can be a family. It could be a friend. It could be even someone you work with. So, plays how it fits. But I feel like some of y'all are looking for clarity. I feel like some of y'all are kind of confused. Maybe y'all had a disagreement, a fight of some kind, and you still feel like, you're very confused. Like, I feel like there's someone out there right now who feels like you got chastised by someone is how I feel. I feel like the person, maybe in a sense attacked you, making it out to be something that it wasn't is also what I'm picking up. And I get even someone talking smack. So there seems to be like a third party type energy here. Ugh, I don't like that. So take that how it fits. But I know some of y'all are looking for clarity because that's what this reading's about too. That's what's crazy. So beautiful people. Again, this is a general collective reading. It's not a personal reading, so all the messages may not resonate. Take what resonates, leave behind the rest. If something doesn't fit, don't force it to fit, please. All right. Oh, really? We got a flirt here? Who y'all flirting with? Innocently, overtly, friendly, flattery, easy and breezy conversations, quick-witted, nonverbal communication. Oh, dear. Charmer, playful. Who y'all flirting with? Flirts? Who y'all flirting with? Is this why I pulled out this romantic love reading here? Because, like, there's someone in y'all circle, whoever this is for, and y'all know who y'all are. Like, you're friends with, but you want something more. And I feel like Spirit is trying to say to you now, make your desires known. Do more than just flirt now. Because it feels like to me, just trying to flirt a little bit here and there, maybe the person's not getting the message. Or maybe they need you to come out and say, I like you, I'm interested in you, romantically, are you interested? Can, we go somewhere? Can we be more than friends? Like, that's what someone I feel like needs. So, oh no, what? You have a big conflict, definitely confused. Oh no, Gina. I'm sorry. Well, let's see what else. Maybe we can get some more clarity from the cards. I'm just going to pull one more. And it just came out, so. Exploring. Face the mystery of uncharted passages with the courage to explore unknowns. Again, be willing to explore. If there's someone you're connecting with, if you're wanting something more, or, like Gina, you said, you need clarity, be willing to put yourself out there and speak up and say, look, I need clarity. What's going on? I'm confused. Or for those of y'all, looking to connect with someone on a romantic level, but you're afraid of rejection. Like my daddy said, stop running from it. Think of yourself applying for a job, as he put it to me. And I'm sorry, that's the way he put it to me. You know, you want someone to take notice in you. Um, even my daddy put it to me this way. You think of yourself applying for a job, right, and going for a job interview. What do we normally do? At least most of us would do. We would put on our best suit, best, outfit, blazer, and look professional to go to that job interview. You put your best self out there. I feel like many of us, maybe forget that. We want someone to notice us, but if we're not, taking care of ourselves and presenting ourselves in the best light, how are they? Or maybe they can't see you that way yet. Like you want to get their attention, make yourself nice. So when you walk in a room, they're like, oh damn. Like sometimes that's what it takes. I think some of us take that for granted, especially my ladies. Listen, I know, and I know the guys will agree with this, okay? And don't shoot them for it, but let's just be realistic and be honest. Guys are visual creatures. So, are they going to be more attracted to someone who might be, you know, in shape, with the thin waist, dresses nice, that's considered attractive, appealing by society standards? Yeah, but does that mean you're less attractive? Not necessarily. Maybe to them, but maybe to somebody else you won't be. And if you're trying to get someone to notice you, why don't you take care of yourself and, make yourself look nice so you do get noticed? Because I can't tell you how many times I've had people over the years, people I've known, who will say to me, man, I saw this hot guy out there, on the side of the road, and I stopped at a gas station, we'll say, and, but I was in sweats. Of course, he wasn't going to look my way. But, like I told my friend, I said, yeah, if you had been in something, nice, more feminine, he might have came over and checked you out. That's what you got to think about. Um, and I also know, you know, my gents out there, listen. I know sometimes it's scary taking the lead, but I also know y'all are looking for the women who, I'm not saying submissive, okay? But I know you're looking for someone who's more in their feminine energy, right? You're looking for that soft, loving, nurturing, caring type person. But you got to also understand that many ladies out there, whether they're career driven or not, many of them been hurt, okay? People have, they've given their heart to, not saying y'all are any different, but they've given their heart to someone and they were let down. So now they're like in survival mode, you can say. And they're trying to, keep everything together, take care of themselves. You want that person to lower their wall, and become vulnerable with you. You got to create that safe space for them to feel like they can be vulnerable with you and show that softer side of themselves too. So it may come across as more masculine to you, and maybe for some of y'all, you don't mind it. For others, it might be a turnoff, but think of it in that context. If they're having to, take care of themselves, be independent, maybe they have children they got to take care of. I mean, they may come across more in a masculine energy. They're not meaning to be that way, but until someone walks into their life and gives them a reason to be more soft, and feel like they can trust someone to be there, not just all purple spirit orb, to like they're gonna have their back, because there's nothing sexier than someone coming in and saying, baby, I got you. I got you. I got your back. You need something, I'm here. Okay? Because like for me, I could tell y'all, when I met my insignificant other, and I was the first person out of all the years that he had been single that he ever approached. The only woman, he told me. He said everyone else, it was through like a friendship. Like they were friends first, and then it suddenly ended up like, okay, well, let's go hang out. And then it somehow became something more than that. That's how he got like his ex-wife and other girlfriends. But me, he wanted me. And he was damn determined. And even though he was scared, He approached me the night he saw me, where he gathered up his courage, sweating bullets too. And that was sexy. That was attractive to me, because I know that's intimidating for a lot of guys, in general. It's just the fear of rejection. He knows I could have rejected him, but I didn't. But the fact he put himself out there, that speaks volumes to me. That's someone who can take the lead, who can take charge. Because a woman's not going to follow a man she can't trust. Make it to where she can trust you, that you're going to be there for her. And, I'm not saying that, y'all don't need the same. That's not what I'm saying. But you want a woman more feminine, more soft, giving them that space to be. And they will. And it'll show. You can really tell when, someone is loved right that way, at least from my perspective. Darby, that's true too. And a lot of people do, unfortunately, they do need like a couple of drinks and then suddenly, okay, I'll go approach them. Yeah. But some do. You know, I just think that um when you want something, you really want something, you want to be in love, you can want it all day long. And yeah, we talk about, manifesting our reality. But see, part of manifesting isn't just saying, I'm going to have this and then waiting for it to fall in your lap. No, it also means taking action towards it to making it happen. It'll just happen sooner because you believe and you know you're going to have it. And yeah, the universe will help you. They'll guide you, towards that person, or they'll guide that person towards you. That's how that works. So some people get scared though. And then there's others that, you know, they're not serious. They want to go through and play around, or, they want to have multiple options. And it's like I'm not that, it's like, so I feel like, if you want love, you have to date with intention. Have the intention and be upfront with that person. Okay? If you're not ready for a relationship, hey, be upfront. I'm not ready. Okay. Allow that person to sign. Do they still want to casually date you or whatever? And if they don't, then be okay with that. Um, Other times I find that people that, have an interest in each other, they may not line up because one might be still healing from ending a relationship, or the other one, they might not, maybe they spend too much money, or maybe, their eating habits is, crap, there could be so many different, things to it. It doesn't always have to be plainly just based on looks, but that's what a lot of people think. Yeah, you want to leave a good impression, you want to make a good impression, but you got to be willing to put yourself out there too and show some love and care, in yourself, to show that person that, yes, I love myself and I'm looking for someone to love me the same or more. So just believe that. And for me, because um, I know some other people, it's like, they think that, they would have that opportunity. Okay, you might get one opportunity, but you won't get it again. If you think that I'll still be here, no. But y'all got to be okay with that too. Maybe the person that you want, maybe they're not ready. Okay, what do you do then? Does that mean you sit around away from? No, at least I wouldn't. That's me. You know, Continue putting yourself out there. Maybe that's not the person for you. Find someone else. Find someone who's ready. But when I say date with intention, when you do start talking to somebody, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a one night stand, friends with benefits, or are you looking for a spouse? You want to date the people who are looking for a spouse. They're looking for their future wife, husband. That's who you want if you want something like that. So don't just go around and be like, listen, if you want to get married, we'll just say, don't think that, if you go out, with Fred, we'll just say, And Fred, just wants to be friends with benefits, that you'll eventually change his mind. That's not how you do that. No. Let Fred go. Find someone who is looking for their wife, their future wife. So date with intention. Be upfront. So if they're not ready, if they're looking for something different, that's okay. Is that against you? Does that mean there's something wrong with you? No. It's just maybe wrong timing. Y'all want different things, which means that they're not the one for you. Does that make them a bad person? You a bad person? No. It just means y'all weren't meant for each other, and that's okay. So you got to look at it from all angles. Yes, murder, many of y'all are. You're right. Y'all want someone that's going to be the traditional housewife, per se. But you know what, baby? In order for that to be, too, men got to be able to bring it, which means you got to be able to provide for her and y'all's future children. That's kind of hard to do, especially in the world we live in today. I don't think people understand statistically how hard that is. You know, like like the other thing, it shouldn't be around that, but you brought it up, murder, so I'm gonna run with this real quick. Um, like, women, they might be looking for someone who makes a certain, amount of money a year, a good stable job to give them that foundation. But it's not just a foundation and stability just for them, but for their future children that they hope to have, which, um, depending on where you live, well, calculate it out roughly. What is it going to cost to not just feed you and your future wife, but y'all's possible future children? You know, it's all of that, baby, that I think a lot of people don't stop and think about either. Um, like I said, I know what I want. I know what I'm looking for. And, it would be hard. I know more than likely there's probably a great chance I'll be single for the rest of my life. There's a good chance of that. I understand that. Why? Because of my standards, what I expect, and what I want, and what I'm looking for. But I'd rather be single and be alone and be able to, be, by myself than to settle for someone, that isn't going to fulfill me. So there's also that too. Um, but I need, that one that's willing to take the lead, and wants to build something with me just as much as I want to be there for them to help them build, their career, their dreams. So it depends, baby. Depends on what kind of man and what kind of woman here. But that's all I'm saying. Don't ever think because someone doesn't, say yes to you, or maybe, it doesn't go as far as you were hoping, that there's something wrong with you. No, don't look at it that way. Okay? Could it possibly be true that maybe, maybe you gained some weight and they're not turned on by you anymore? That's possible. Okay? Is it, shallow? In my opinion, yeah. Superficial? Yeah. I wouldn't go with that. And I've I've even dated men who have been that way. But I didn't find out till later. I had one of them, in fact, my ex-fiance. I he told me, um, he can't date quote unquote fat chicks. What? Like, and I just kind of, step back and I'm like, okay. So if I was a lot bigger, you would have never, asked me out, is what you're telling me. He's like, yeah, I can't date fat chicks. I'm like, okay, but now that you've been with me, you know me all these years, no, I wasn't, overweight when you met me, but down the road, let's just say for health reasons, things you can't, see, or if I were to have, children with him, okay, I might gain some weight. What then? You're just going to what? write me off and go look for someone else? What, are you just going to be mentally and emotionally abusive in that way? Like, it's like, no, I would still love you, you know, but I know you. But outside of me, that's what he says. He would never ever pursue someone else. And it's like, that's just so shallow to me. I can't. It's just, I don't understand. You know, beautiful. There seems to be a lot of that, I find. I don't think you should ever allow anyone to define your worth in that way. Some will, and that's just gonna happen because that's men. But I mean, what's crazy though, beautiful, I want you to understand something. Um, Maybe most guys wouldn't look at someone who's overweight per se, um, as someone they would pursue. But you gotta also remember, beautiful, there are guys out there who like a bigger woman. They like the bigger, chest, because you got men out there who um they either like the big, breast, the big butt, or they want someone that's like the hips and the legs. So it's one or the other. It's not saying that they don't like those other parts too, but they're drawn to certain things. Most guys in general want an hourglass figure, yes, but you'll find there's one preference that they'll want more than the other. I know someone, in fact, who is all about the boobs. He likes a big-breasted woman, but he understands 9 times out of 10, he's not going to get a big-breasted women um, that are thin waist unless they had some kind of plastic surgery to make it happen. Um, and he ended up finding somebody who, you know, big, but she had some weight on her too. He married her, had a family with her. He makes over 6 figures a year. And I promise you, she never ever would have thought he would have picked her because he had other options. But you see, again, you think that it's not possible. I'm telling you, it's possible. I've seen it happen. There are some guys that have a preference. They like a bigger woman. And then you got others who confuse body build, like, when you think of thick, they're everybody, will use the word thick, but what does that mean? For some, yeah, they want some weight. For others, it's more about their body build being thick, like more muscular. And that could still make someone look, bigger than what they are. But it's because of their muscle mass that creates that, if that makes any sense. So, it just depends, Shelby. I think not all of them are that way. There are some that it's not that way, honey. You just gotta find them. But you see, what I want you to understand too, though, beautiful. The person I'm talking about too wasn't tall, okay? So, he is like, I don't know, maybe 5'6", 5'7", something like that. So he's not a tall guy. Nice looking guy, but he's not tall. So he understood that most women would be looking for a tall guy. No, he's not tall, but very loving, very nurturing, makes over 6 figures a year, and, married his wife. She is big, but she's still a beautiful woman. She has a beautiful face, and, she has a beautiful personality. She's a good person. So he married her. They've been married over a decade, in fact. So it does happen, Shelby. Do not think it doesn't. Oh, what happened? And Jack, that's good too, baby. Yeah, let's watch the language, beautiful people, please. In murder, you really love your wife. See, it doesn't matter what she weighs. And that's real love. And that's the way it should be. But most guys don't, they're not that way, baby. But I guess when you find the one, then, you know. Okay. So just keep that in mind, Shelby. So, Shelby, if there's someone in your circle, honey, that you want, be willing to let them know, girlfriend. Don't be afraid. Don't think that they're going to judge you based on all that. You don't know until you take a chance. Okay, well, I missed whatever was said. I'll have to go back and look at it if I can. Or, you know, Eternal, you know, baby, send me the screenshots so I know what happened, please. If you can, baby. So, alright, let me get into this reading, y'all. I've been talking a lot. Again, like I said, this is a general collective. Take what resonates, leave behind the rest. Something doesn't fit, don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for someone else. Thank you, baby. Yeah, so funny. Moonchild. So, like I said, I'm getting energy of someone who wants to pursue something with someone. But it's they're friends with this person. At least they know this person. They want something more. They want romance with this person. Um, so here we are in the recent past energy. Y'all keep thinking about them. In a good way. Like you're thinking of happy memories with them, time spent with them, you know, hanging out with them, talking to them. You know, it's the card of nostalgia, you know. So this person's really on your mind a lot. It seems like you can do nothing but think about them. You actually can't stop thinking about them, is what I'm picking up. And you understand that you are very drawn to this person. Um, but it's also giving you, you're feeling overburdened by it because it's like now it's time to step up and do something, say something, right? Because I get the 10 of Wands with it. And 10 of Wands is about carrying all this extra weight, all this extra stress. Stop burdening yourself. It's time to let some of that burden go. How do you do that? By opening up to this person. Because you do see this person as your happiness, your fulfillment with this 4 of Wands. So, Spirit saying it's time to voice and speak up. Be courageous now. Because in the present energy, I get y'all, like y'all are waiting. I don't know what y'all are waiting on though. Here's the 7 of Pentacles. Okay. This is all about having that foundation, seeds planted. So, like I said, this connection is like established. At least, you know each other. There's some type of friendship here that's been formed. And so now, you're waiting for that opportunity. And Spirit saying it's now. It's now or never. You know, speak up. You know, give them that offer. Tell them, with this Ace of Pentacles right here, opportunity. Open up. Tell them what you want, how you feel. The time is now before this burdens you anymore. Because I see that in the center of this, again, here's the 4 of Wands in the center. This is the, influences surrounding everything. 4 of Wands is all about, celebration. Like you think of it like going to like a fancy event, like a wedding or something. Um, but it's also, you could think of it like it being like a homecoming or it being like your own wedding. In your eyes, this person is like that person. Like you can really see a long-term future with them. You see, the happiness, the joy, the fulfillment. And it's even being confirmed by this 2 of Cups. 2 of Cups, soulmate. It's soulmate, twin flame card. And look, this woman's even wearing a wedding dress. Like she's getting married. So this is like a soul spiritual union here. This person really brings you that happiness, you know, that fulfillment, someone you can see forever with. You see that potential there. So you want to know, what do you do? I mean, Spirit's saying it right here. Four of Pentacles. Or, yeah, no, this is Four of Cups. I'm sorry. Four of Cups. You know, normally it would be like, I'm not interested. Or no, this is Four of Pentacles. Sorry. Four of Pentacles. You got to give, you know, yourself to them. Be more open. Open up to them. That's what Spirit's saying to y'all. Whoever this is for. Be courageous now. Be brave. Don't just sit on the sidelines. Okay? And be clear about what it is you want. Don't just, you know, say something and hope that they'll read between the lines. No. Tell them exactly how you feel. And don't be afraid of it. And I, you know, feel like you will feel a whole lot better, because here you are in this Ten of Cups, which is, you know, happiness, you know, happily ever after, your emotional and mental fulfillment. I mean, y'all are really seeing forever, possibly, with this person. So, Spirit wants you to open up. They're telling you, speak up. The time is now. The time is now to act on it. And you wonder, well, if you do, what will happen? I mean, Spirit showing me here in the outcome that you'll have success, because here's the sun. And look, like this woman, it's like she's like on clouds, on bubbles, you know. She's like feeling all the warmth on cloud nine. And even like her heart is, you know, being shined on. So it will be successful. And here I see it again, you know, forward movement. Things will go in that direction. You know, I feel like they will want to start a relationship with you or see where this goes. Because I have the Chariot here, and I also have the Three of Pentacles here. Three of Pentacles is all about collaboration, partnership. So if you're having any doubts, will they accept this love offer? You know, if you wanting to pursue them, Spirit say no. So be willing, and you'll find your happiness. Again, because here's the sun with it from another deck. This will be a wish fulfillment, success, feeling love, warmth. Like, you know, everything, you know, it's just a bright, shiny day and just smiling. So don't be discouraged, you know. And like I said, it's like, you know, looking at it from, as my daddy was telling me, like applying for a job, you know, put your best foot out there, you know, but you got to be brave enough too to allow them to see all sides of you, not just the best sides of you. Allow them to see, you know, the sides of you that maybe you wouldn't want them to normally see. They need to see all sides of you. And maybe, you know, they might be able to see things differently. Because even I'm seeing, like right here, that, you know, y'all are looking for that clarity. Y'all want that confirmation. And I feel like Spirit's saying it's right here. Even at the bottom of one, where'd it go? Like, bottom of one of the decks I used, you know, here's the Ace of Cups. This is you wanting to offer them a cup of love. Your love. Here it is. You're willing to hand it over to them. So Spirit's saying do it. And even my other deck on the bottom, this is the Ace of Pentacles. Opportunity again. Be willing. You know, be open. Be free. Allow those roots to be planted. You know, make those roots stronger with your bond with them. And yeah, maybe it doesn't work. Maybe. But you know, it's like I always tell y'all, you don't know till you try. You know, the answer will always be no until you try. You know, that way, you know, if you do, you know, be courageous and brave and say something to this person, at least you know where you stand. And that way, okay, maybe they reject you. All right. Doesn't mean anything's wrong with you, beautiful people, again. Okay. It just means that maybe it wasn't the right time. And if you're not sure why they rejected you, Well, ask them, like, why? Maybe they're just not ready for a relationship. Maybe they don't want the same things as you. You just don't know. Or possibly they could even be in a relationship already. And maybe you don't know that. Or maybe, like I said, their priorities could be elsewhere. It may not be you. So don't be afraid to get that clarity from them. Find out where you stand. Is there even a possibility in the future? But beautiful people, again, I wouldn't be sitting around waiting for them. But that's just me. I would still be out there exploring, being, dating other people. If I had the opportunity, yeah, I may really like that person, but what am I doing? Just sitting by the phone waiting for them? Heck no. Nope. I'm not that way. I'm gonna, move on. Because I know I'm gonna be fine. I know I'm gonna be more than fine, in fact. And well, they may come to regret it down the road. Sure. That's always possible. May I regret it possibly down the road too? Yeah, that's possible too. But what if I find love with someone else? Well, I wouldn't have found love with someone else if I stayed at home waiting for on them to be ready. Don't do that. Still put yourself out there. But try. Try not to allow your fears to destroy this bond that you've already created. And all you can do is try and make it stronger and see what happens. Maybe they need to get to know you better. Maybe they need to get more comfortable, before they can decide. But I know you can't stop thinking about them. I see that. You can't stop thinking about them. They're always on your mind. Um, I know they're speaking to you through music. I'm picking that up too. But I feel like for someone out there, they may not even be available right now. So that's not against you. Um, I also feel like there's even someone that's like trying to understand, what is really going on between you and them about, y'all's connection. They could be very much, looking at it from the same perspective as you. You just don't know. You know, what is it with this connection? Maybe they're thinking about you just as much as you're thinking about them. But you don't know that because you're not stepping up and saying, hey, I like you. Can we, like, go on a date? I want to pursue something with you. Just be upfront. T-Bird, you're right, baby. Love can hurt and it can be disappointing. But you may not lose them, T-Bird, per se, but you may not feel the same way about them either. And I'm only speaking from experience, honey. Because I can tell you, I used to be crazy, head over heels in love with my insignificant other. You talk about someone wearing rose-colored glasses? Oh, I did with him. And it was that way for many, many years. Until he lost himself. And it's like he expected me to fix it or fix him. Okay? I was there. I try to be there. But there's only so much I can do, after he had, got laid off from his job. He didn't try and go find another one. It wasn't up to me to help get him a job. He needed to do that. But he didn't want to. He lost his ambition. So, what am I supposed to do then, I still loved him. Did everything I could to love him, took care of him, even when his health failed. Even when he almost died twice, I was there. But, he kind of forgot about me. So, yeah, well, I did. I helped him. Like, when I say I helped, I almost went through and broke my back, lifting him up off the floor one night when he fell at my old house. And that man weighed 280 pounds at the time. I'm Right now, I'm like 116. Um, but back then, I weighed like 106. And that's a lot of weight for me to try and lift by myself. But I did. And, then he went through and started eating like crap, became diabetic. Then he went into renal failure. And right now, as we're sitting here talking, you would think he would do everything to try and change his eating habits so he lives longer. No, he's still eating all the crap he knows he's not supposed to eat. He only has 13% kidney function between both his kidneys right now. I can't change that, you see. Only he can. So, yeah. Well, T-Bird, I would have hoped he would have fought for me, but he didn't. So, nothing I can do about it. For me, I'm not in love with him, and he knows that. I've been straight up honest with him. Not in love with you. Doesn't mean that I don't love him. No, I will always have love for him. But I don't love him the way I used to, unfortunately. And sadly, I don't love him as much as a spouse should love their spouse. And I've even lost respect for him in that way. No, he didn't fight for me. He still isn't fighting for me. He's still sitting around my couch in my house. That's all he does all day. Sit on the couch. He's a couch potato. Won't go out there and get a job. He won't. I can't even get him to do my laundry. So, and as far as his eating habits, he eats everything he's not supposed to. So, no, there's not. So, all I can do is focus on me now and build my business and make me as strong as I am and keep going. Hi, Alejandro. How you doing, baby? Thank you, Jack. All right, Spirit. Just give me a few love messages on this real quick. For the collective. And thank you, Jack. Well, of course, I had this thing upside down. Yeah, here it is again. Spirit wants y'all to have a heart-to-heart conversation with whoever this person is. It says, honestly discuss your feelings with each other. So Spirit keeps saying, stop being afraid. Open up. Okay, you want, to pursue this person, you got to tell them. You got to speak up. Open up to them. Don't be afraid. Have those conversations. Be serious. What else, Spirit? And for some of y'all, this isn't for everyone. For some of y'all, this person is hiding something from you. They're being deceptive. That's not for everyone who, this reading resonates for. But if y'all are questioning something, I would say go with your gut, because I get the deception card here. So, and the other card here says, pay attention to the red flags. So, if you're being shown some red flags, listen to it. So, that could be the other thing that's protecting you right now. So, understand again, it may not be you, it's them. Maybe they're up to no good. You just don't know. Maybe they can't be upfront and honest with you like how I can be with him. How I tell him, I'm not in love with you. He would tell you right now. He knows that. He knows I don't feel that way for him. I've been upfront and honest. And I don't pursue anything. It's just not there. So for some of y'all, look at it as protection, but it's not that there's something wrong with you. Maybe there's something they're hiding that they're not willing to be upfront or share yet. And maybe it might take you having to open up to them to make them feel more comfortable to talk to you. But even here, I pulled this card from one of my oracle decks, and it says trust the seasons, change, transition, growth, and cycles. Trust the seasons. You know, trust in like the cycle we're in right now. Okay, we're going into summer. I mean, it's pretty much summer, you know, at least for us here um in the US, but I know in other parts of the world y'all are going into like winter, like if you're in Australia for an example. But you know, like how the seasons change, be willing to transition, be willing to work and adapt. Again, you know, like I was saying earlier, if you're really wanting to pursue someone, dress like it, act like it, have the intention that you're looking for a partner. Dress nice, you know, don't be afraid to, you know, go out and, you know, hang out with your friends one night and someone catches your eye, flirt a little bit. You know, maybe you don't know this person yet, but if you're looking for love, how are you going to find it? By putting yourself out there. So dress up, make yourself look nice. You want to leave that lasting impression to where they look at you and they're like, damn, you know, does that mean you got to dress that way all the time? You know, when you start, you know, when you go into a relationship, I'm not saying to tell you that, you know, to do that. But I know, you know, and y'all don't shoot the messenger again, okay? I'm just letting y'all know. I'm sharing y'all some of my wisdom and experience. What I do know is that specifically like for men, you know, a lot of them will complain that I've heard over the years that once they start, you know, dating with someone or, you know, it goes into a serious relationship, they see things change. Like they, you know, their girlfriend or wives doesn't take care of themselves like they did when they first started dating. So maybe, you know, they're not going out and getting dressed up, you know, for date night, or not, you know, getting their hair done or their nails done, or it's anything like that. Because, you know, one of the things that I've learned over the years, how you keep a relationship strong and solid, consistency. Okay? You want to still pursue this relationship, no matter where you are, no matter what phase of that relationship you're in. You want to pursue it with consistency, which means the way you started treating them in the beginning, how you got them, you know, to fall in love with you, to, you know, start a serious relationship with you, and so on, is exactly what it's going to take to keep them. And that's what you got to remember. Does that mean that, you know, things in life, you know, can wreck that? I'm not saying that doesn't happen. And there has to be some compassion and understanding that. But you also got to own your part. You know, like I tell you all the time, you can't control what other people do. The only person you can control is yourself. Okay, so now take accountability. When you look in the mirror, is there something you can change? Like if you even look at yourself, just say from a year ago, 2 years ago, you know, is there something, you know, you've let go of that maybe it's like, I should start doing that again. You know, I should be, you know, investing, you know, loving myself. Because that, when you feel good about yourself, it lingers out. And your partner feels that. They want you to feel good about yourself. You know, just like they should be proud of you no matter what. But I'm saying there's consistency. And that's how you keep them. So don't forget that. And then I pulled from this other deck, and just like, you know, I've been telling y'all, be courageous, trust the seasons, be willing to change, be willing to grow, evolve as a person, have courage. This is from a manifesting deck. Have courage. And it says, many of the things we're afraid of or worry about don't actually exist in our reality. Although that's not to say they don't feel real. But there are ways to challenge our fears, including the use of self-help techniques, such as EFT tapping, meditation, and complementary massage therapies, all of which help to relax the mind. And it says also, where'd it go? I lost my place. Doggone it. You may think that courage lies beyond the door, but in fact, it's present within you and in your desire to move toward the door. So, one way to find courage is to feel the fear and do it anyway, and which is true. You know, it's okay to be afraid, but the difference is you don't allow it to stop you from pursuing. You know, okay, you're a little cautious, but do you know, another way I want y'all to think about it is when you're afraid, you know, that just means you care more. So it's okay, but don't allow it to stop you to where you don't try. And then, you know, you never know again. So, and then I want y'all to, this part, it says, for manifestation, manifest courage by facing your fear of the unknown. Imagine that good things will come when you boldly walk through any physical or metaphorical doors in life. Have that courage. But this is true for any part of life, whether it's to start a relationship, apply for a job, get a promotion, maybe buy a new house. You have to have some type of courage to get up and, you know, take physical, you know, action towards it to make it happen. There's something you have to do. Take action towards it. Don't just talk about it. Be courageous and do something. Act on it. So don't be afraid. Don't allow that fear to stop you. Be fearless. And fearless, let me tell y'all, that's sexy to some people too. I know it's not easy. Again, beautiful people. I know rejection is hard. But it's like I try and remind y'all, you know, even if someone were to reject you, it's like I say, don't you want to know right now, you know, how that person feels? Instead of like sitting there waiting and just wondering, does this person really like me? Would they date me? And you sit there for weeks, maybe even months, or maybe a year, you know, because you're not, you don't have the courage, you're not brave enough yet to let them know. Only to find out maybe later that they would have said yes, and you wasted all that time because you were too afraid before. Or let's just say, maybe they don't, you know, have an interest in you and they reject you. What did you do during that whole year when you were wondering because you were afraid? If you had gotten the answer, you know, right there in the beginning, you wouldn't have wasted away a year wondering, pondering, okay? So don't always look at rejection as a bad thing. Look at it as a blessing, because at least if you get the answer now, you know where that person stands. You know where you stand with them. And if they say, no, I'm not interested, well, you're being freed then, right? That's the gift. You're being released. Now you got time to heal so you can pursue someone else who may want to start a relationship with you. That's how you have to handle that. Think of it in that way. And I know sometimes that's hard to hear, again, to look at it that way, but don't always look at it like there's something wrong with you either. All right. And then I pulled a couple of these other cards. Where'd it go? I got other cards covering up other cards. Here you go, talking about fear. All that I love is more important to me than all that I fear. All that I love is more important to me than all that I fear. There you go. Be in the energy of love. Allow that love to overwhelm you in the best way. So that way it drowns out your fear. You know, have that deep want, that desire, that passion, and build it. Keep that fire going. So it will always put out whatever flames may approach you that causes fear. So you don't fear anything, including wanting to be with someone or start a new job, whatever that is. And the other one is my greatest experience of freedom comes when I let go of what others think of me. There you go. Stop worrying about what others think of you. Be free of that. Even if it's a love connection, that you're afraid of rejection. Yeah, you care what they think. Yeah, you want them to like you, but what if they don't? Okay. The point is, you're still going to be okay. And you got to know that. You still got everything else, right? All they did is say no. Yeah, it stings. I get that. Yeah, it hurts a little bit. Yeah, I understand. But you're still free. They freed your mind and they freed you to go pursue someone else. So there's a lot to be gained from it. And then you're free to put more time and invest in yourself too. To look at the other aspects of yourself that, okay, how can I evolve and grow as a person to where I might be more appealing to a future mate, to where they would want to pursue something serious with me. None of us are perfect. None of us. There is always room to grow. There's always room for improvement. And that doesn't always mean our physical appearance. What about internally? What about our mind? Learning. All of these different aspects makes us who we are. It's a different facet. So what can you do by working on yourself so you can be, a better person for your future mate, whoever that is? And again, worrying about what other people think, like I tell y'all, why does it matter? It should not matter, beautiful people. Why? Because unless this person is like your close family, like your parents, siblings, something like that, don't care. Especially if it's not the truth. Like my parents always told me, not to worry or care what other people have to say or think of me. I know the truth. That's all that matters. So if they're over there saying one thing, but I know it's not true, do you think I worry about what them people over there are saying? Heck no. I don't. I don't lose any sleep over it either. That's my freedom. And that's how I remain, myself. And I stay confident. Because, like I tell y'all, confidence is also this essence again of knowing you can walk into a room and not have anyone there talk to you, like you, but you're going to be okay. You're going to be perfectly fine. Same thing is true in any kind of relationship or one you're wanting to start. If you get rejected, you're still going to be fine. Know that someone else will think you're wonderful and won't want to let you go. And that's what you have to focus on. But first, you got to still love yourself too. So make yourself invest. Hi, Sage. Yes, it is beautiful. How you doing, girlfriend? Okay. Now, like I said, this got too much in a romantic love and whatever this connection is. I just want to see quickly what else Spirit wants to share with me. That's outside of this. Let me see. I'm gravy, beautiful. Thank you for asking. You know me. I'm always gravy. I make sure I'm gravy. I'm as gravy can be. I just need some biscuits and sausage to go with it. What, where did that card come from? Oh, this got stuck from another deck. Oh, hello, Amanda. Man, my stupid my decks that I've been waiting on, they didn't come yet. So I'm a little ticked off about that. So they must have got stuck in downtown Atlanta. So I'm hoping I'll have them tomorrow. But They haven't showed up yet. Sure. Sure, murder. I'll come beat him up. You silly baby. Why can't you beat him up? Tell him he can't leave. Tie him. Tie him down. Hold on. I gotta put some of these decks up because I got too much crap everywhere. Yeah, I was gonna pull from that, but I decided I didn't want to. Let's see. Cards. I don't think it is, but I'm sure it'll pop back up at some point. What the heck is going on? Oh. Well, hello, Amanda. No wonder. Okay. Hold on, y'all. So what else y'all got going on? What is going on, Will? Alejandro, I'm trying to clean out my desk real quick. Oh, there's the other cards. So I can pull some cards from this other deck real quick. Let's see. What are you up to, Alejandro? You don't have any fun plans tonight, baby? You don't have any plans for the weekend? You're not going out and doing anything fun, baby? I mean, is the weather nice, Alejandro, for you to go out to the beach, baby? Because God knows that's where I would be. Finding somewhere, way to get to the beach. But of course, I'd be looking for the one where nobody else is there, where it's private. Hello, Amanda. Where's that other freaking box? This don't even feel right. Let me put this up. It was 90s. Dang, that's hot, baby. I would need the ocean that much more, Alejandro. Cool me off. Heck no. It don't matter whether it's 90 degrees there or 90 degrees where I'm at. Still ungodly hot. Period. I know it'd be hot like my dress hot. That's exactly what it would be. Did I put this in the right box? Why do I feel like it's not fitting in this green box? Come on. Work with me here, Spirit. I'm missing one box right there. Okay. I'm gonna go grab another deck off my shelf. Just to pull some extra cards. See what the energy is. And we can talk about anything outside of love now. Well, you know what? I'll just use this. The heck with it. I rarely use this deck. I must wing it now. I don't know. Alright, Spirit. Can you give me like some messages for the collective? Outside of romance, please. Like, what does the collective need to hear right now? It's not romantic. Something else, please. Are you laughing at me, Alejandro? Because I say that specifically, I mean, you know. Alright. Spirit, talk to me. What does the collective need to hear? It doesn't have anything to do with romantic love right now. Like something else, please. Oh. Oh, dang. Judgment. Oh, goodness. What are y'all doubting again? That has nothing to do with romance. Y'all are like self-loathing yourself, getting lost in your head. Y'all are like harshly judging yourself with a judgment reversed right here. What is this, Spirit? Is this y'all self-esteem, ego? Why is this here, Spirit? Okay. Overwhelmed by personal choices. Reevaluating. Some of y'all feel like y'all aren't good enough to have the choice or be fulfilled. Like there's a lack of purpose energy here. You know, I feel like some of y'all are getting lost in maybe even y'all's illusions, like fantasies. You think, you know, something will work out one way, and it may not. You know, it's not going to say it's not going to work out completely not that way, but it doesn't mean it will either. I feel like it's more about this balance. But understand, even 7 cups reversed, this is all about being lost in your illusions. Not able to make a choice, feeling like you're lost. You don't know where you're going. You can't keep your head above water is what I feel. Drowning, like you've lost your path. You're failing to identify what your purpose is here in life. And that has you questioning yourself more. Alright, Spirit. What else? What else is here, Spirit? Spirit wants you to trust your intuition. High Priestess. Trust your intuition. You know, don't sit here and, you know, ask the divine for help. You know, like, I need help. Like, where can I go and apply for a job? And they could, you know, you can run into a sign that says now hiring, but then you overlook it as an example. Don't ignore that. That's your, you know, spirit guide's trying to help you. But you get that inner pull that's telling you something. Spirit's saying, listen to that. You know, don't listen to the outside noise. You need to listen internally. You know that you are connected to the divine. And you're connected to your spirit team who's there to guide you. And like I try and tell y'all, y'all hear me say this all the time who've been here. Y'all that are new, understand me when I say that you'll know when it's your spirit guides or even a passed over loved one. You'll get these random thoughts that will happen just out of the blue. Like say you asked a question earlier in the day, like you're talking to yourself, right? And then say later on that day, you suddenly get this answer like an epiphany, right? and you get this thought, but it doesn't sound like you. And you're kind of like, huh? Where did that come from? Because it's not your thought, even though it's in your head. That's your spirit team talking to you. Trust that. And ask them for more messages. Ask them for confirmation. Ask them for something else so you know without a shadow of a doubt that that's them. And that's what you're supposed to do. But if it answers your question and it makes sense and it, resonates, why not trust it? Why do you keep doubting yourself that way? That's what I keep getting. Hi, Lord Smith. How you doing? What else, Spirit? What is it that the collective needs to trust when it comes to their intuition? Well, that y'all can build y'all's happiness. I get 9 of Cups, but I get 9 of Cups reverse. Like, I feel like a lot of y'all are doubting where you are in your life. Your dreams, your wants, your goals, what you're trying to shoot for. Like, you're trying to shoot for the stars, but so many of y'all are like, it's not going to happen. Why bother? You have this idea of what your dreams are. And again, like, you're getting guidance, whether that's from friends, family, but even your spirit guides, your spirit team, your past over loved ones that keep telling you how to approach it. And yeah, maybe it's not something you would necessarily want to hear or want to do. And yeah, maybe it might take some work. It might be hard. But if there's something you want, like say if you want to own your own house, maybe you're not a homeowner right now, but your ultimate goal and dream is to be a homeowner. Yeah, that's going to take some time. And it's going to take time to, go through the whole process, finding out, okay, how much can you afford a month? Okay, what's your credit score? Okay, how much do you need to save for a down payment? And so on. Does that mean it's not, out of the realm of possibility? No. It just means it may not be possible tomorrow. But you make a solid plan on how to achieve that. You'll be there. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. Oh, that's awesome, Shelby. Hi, Nicole. How you doing, beautiful? Jiminy Crickets, watch your language. We've already had that discussion, baby. Nobody said nothing that you're not a good man, Jiminy Crickets. But I already told you before. No cussing in my stream. Okay? I said that to you the other night. Why? You even asked me why. And I said that. And that applies to everyone. This channel's monetized. You gotta act accordingly. Jeez, what the heck? What would that mean? Yeah, remember, it's my platform. I have rules. And, Jiminy Cricket, some of your comments, yeah, they don't sit right with me, let's be honest. It sounds a little arrogant. Don't be that way. Okay, some people don't like that. Don't egg people on. Don't be talking about buying no freaking drugs either. Stop being that way. Because that arrogance is not attractive at all. Hi, Melissa. Thank you, honey. I don't care, Jiminy Crickets. You don't understand the rules for people like me who have a channel that's monetized. Talking about drugs is one of those rules that I would lose my monetization. So let's get that straight. Don't play with me, Jiminy Crickets. I don't care if it's legal elsewhere. YouTube has their own rules for people like me. You know what? I'm fixing to. Because I know my mods want to. But they won't do it until I tell them. And you're pretty much on that edge, because I don't understand. Truthfully, I mean, I thought you didn't want to come back here. I'm trying to make sense of it because you're the one that said you don't even believe in people like me and what I do. My spirituality, being able to read cards and tap into divine and this and that. So, and you're messing up the energy in here. That's disruptive. That's not cool. And then you say you're a man who keeps your word. Well, I mean, come on. Didn't you say you were going to send me something the other night, but you never did? Trying to make sense why? Because I don't play that. Yeah, well, I don't like it either. I don't like people who are arrogant that way. I don't like it. It rubs me the wrong way. It's a turn off. Man, Darby, I think so, honey. I think we need it badly. I actually probably need to step up for a minute too and stretch my back because that energy just doesn't roll with me. So, beautiful people, y'all may have to excuse me for a few minutes. Because messing with my energy is not good when I'm trying to help y'all. It's time for you to go, Jiminy Crickets. Bye-bye. Done. Yep. Bye, Jiminy Crickets. Actually, you know what? I'll be the one to do it. Thank you. I cannot deal with people's arrogance. Can't do it. Don't come in here act a fool. You're no better than anybody else, Jiminy Crickets. Let's make that clear, too. And your arrogance turns people off. You need your ego stroked. Yeah, I'm not going to be one to stroke your ego. And everyone else here isn't going to do it either. So I've gotten many complaints by different people who don't like you coming in here and bragging. Yeah, it just don't sit well with any of us. Like I said, why are you here? You know, you don't believe in what I do. I'm trying to make sense of that. You know, you said I've helped you. Well, I don't know. So wishy-washy. You don't seem to know what, you know, one night you're good, the next night you're not. Like, but either way, I don't need it disrupting my stream. Yeah, I haven't been able to keep up with it, Shelby, you know, when I'm reading and all that. So, but thankfully, I know Eternal has kept me in the loop. So, thank you. So, I'm sorry. Oh, hell no. See, Darby, no, I didn't know what that meant. And Eternal just told me what it, you know, about it. I didn't see that. But no, I don't appreciate those sexual comments either, so. I'm sorry, Darby. No, I didn't see that, because if I'd known that, I would have banned him already before even that discussion, because I wouldn't have tolerated that. Oh, okay. I'll be back in a few minutes, y'all. Yeah, that's what he thought. He thought wrong. He ain't understood that yet, so excuse me, beautiful people, for a few minutes. And I'll come back and I'll do another reading, y'all. Just let me reground myself, because that just messed with my energy. So, give me a few minutes, y'all.
here. Wolfie. Come here. Wolfie, come here. Come here. Come here. Bad kitty.
beautiful. Yeah, I'm fine, honey. Thank you. Are y'all okay? I'm sorry about that, y'all. Hi, Judith. The energy feels a lot better now. Good. I'm glad. And I'm sorry about the disruption. That nonsense was uncalled for. I don't appreciate it at all. Yeah, I'm fine, beautiful. I just gotta munch on something real quick. Because my stomach is screaming at me now. Because I didn't eat. So. And like I said, Darby, I'm deeply sorry that he said that to you, beautiful. Like I said, I don't even know what that means. I didn't see the comment, but I didn't know what it meant until you explained it to me. So thank you, because otherwise I'd have been like, huh? Like I don't know. So, but it was definitely uncalled for. I didn't appreciate it. So, so thank you, everyone, and I'm sorry again. If he said anything insulting to y'all in any way, or try to egg y'all on, or just the arrogance. I don't want y'all to ever feel that way or feel like y'all are less than, because, you know, I guess he apparently thinks that because he thinks he makes, you know, whatever and has whatever, that makes him better than everybody else. But, you know, it's like that saying, you know, y'all heard me say this on occasion. It's been a while since I said it, but it's like I said, you can be the most beautiful, most attractive person in the world, man or woman, right? Physically. But if you got an ugly attitude, that makes you the ugliest in the world. And it's just crazy how people act that way. Hi, David. So, like I said, beautiful people, you know, looks aren't everything. You know, you gotta have a good heart, a good soul, be caring, nurturing. And being arrogant is just a turn off. Just don't like it. Get lost in your ego. Nope. It's very unattractive to me. So. Hi, NJS. Yeah. I can't handle that up and down energy with people. Aloha, Drew. How you doing, baby? Oh, Bob, I'm sure he will. I'm sure. Give him, you know, some time. I'm sure he will. You know, I don't know. Maybe he's had something to drink and it makes him that way. I have no freaking idea, but. I'm good, baby. Thank you for asking. And Bob, you're right, what you said. I saw your last comment before I walked out. So. Oh, he probably will, Darby. And, but he would be a fool to act a fool again. Because I'd be able to read his energy and know it's him. Okay, baby. Thank you. I just think, you know, man, she's a turn off. I don't understand why people think that's okay. Oh, thank you, y'all. Thank you. Thank you, Eternal. Thank you, Scott. Much love, y'all. And thank you for y'all who donated through the stream for y'all super stickers or chats. Thank you so much. Yes, beautiful. I see it here. So I'll check it out after the stream. Beautiful. And respond. Because I got a few emails I gotta respond to. But yeah, I did. Thank you. Hi, Nancy. How you doing, beautiful? Yeah, I'll probably burn some sage. I just won't go through it around the whole office, but I will. I'm gravy, Nancy. Thank you for asking, sweetheart. I'm glad you're gravy, too. Hi, Gina. I agree, Bob. Absolutely. I'm in Georgia. Amen. Okay, Judith. I got mine over there. I got a whole bag of Palisson, too. Aw. It's always great to see you, too, honey. I hope life's been good to you, beautiful. Amen. That's good to hear. Oh, Gina, just because Jiminy Crickets wanted to come here and act like a fool. He brought down the energy of the stream. No, Jungle. I mean, most people burn it, but others can use it in like a spray form. Gina, when Darby sends it to me, I'll send it to you, sweetheart. Until I get something set up. Hi, Diane. Drew, what do you mean there's an interesting energy in this room? Please clarify. I'm just munching real quick, y'all. Hold on. Hi, William. How you doing, honey? Yeah, I want to call it uneasiness, Drew. Just somebody in here acting like a fool. Just made a fool of themselves is all. I should sell it, Jungle. Why do you say that? Yeah, true. Yes, Drew, it does, but we're trying to clear it out, honey. um, Thank you, Darby. I don't think I would make a great tarot reader. I really don't think I would, but thank you. You know what, Diane? Earlier I did, yes, honey. Believe it or not, it played on my YouTube when I was listening to music after I took a shower. And I was like, well, I haven't worn red in a bit, so I guess I'll be the lady in red tonight. Hi, Luce. Jungle, it's very popular. It's as popular as Sage, in fact. Excuse me. Hi, Michael. How you doing? Hi, Jazz. Ragu, how you doing, honey? You gravy and biscuits. That's what I want to hear. I'm happy to hear that, honey. I am too. Thank you for asking. You know me, honey. I'm always gravy. Always so gravy. I got the biscuits and sausage gravy to go with it. Okay, Drew. That's cool. I understand that. I think I think you said you're in Hawaii. I'm part Hawaiian myself. I'm mixed actually. Wow, Drew. That's cool. I've never been to Hawaii. My grandfather was born there though. You're feeling an In-N-Out burger, Jazz? Yeah, I would love one of those right now. Yes, true, I do. I'm mixed. I'm Japanese, Hawaiian, English, Irish, and Scandinavian. Nope, but most people think I am. Scott, you're funny, baby. So my dad was Japanese and Hawaiian, and my mama was English, Irish, and Scandinavian. So I look like my dad. Hi, Shane. Bye, Shane. I put on another necklace. What do you mean, jungle? Mm, that's beautiful, Drew. That's a beautiful mix. It's done nothing but rain here, y'all. Like, it's rain every day. It even rained today. Like yesterday, I woke up to next door. They already started building that house. They started framing it out. So I woke up to all the hammering around. And they were out there today too. And it was raining. You know, you would think they wouldn't be doing that. But they're out there. They haven't put the actual roof on there yet, but all the wood part of it, it's all up there now. So it seems like it rains here all the time. It's crazy. Just to move about an hour and a half away from where I used to live, and it seems like it rains here more than over there, and we get more wind here too. So my hot tub that I had at my old house, that if y'all remember, I told y'all I had it set up in the master bedroom right next to my bed. Well, I didn't put it in the house over here, but it's outside, and I had covered it up with a tarp. And I think between all the rain and then the hot days that it's been hot and the wind, it ripped the tarp right open in half. So I had to get a new tarp today. Yeah, Nicole, it's driving me crazy, honey. That's funny. Yeah, Well, Michael, I can live without the rain for a little while. I think my grass can too. Hi, Empress. How you doing, honey? I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too. Drew, this is my business, my channel. I'm a psychic tarot reader. That's what I do for a living. You're funny, Bob. Wow, Nicole, that's crazy. So yeah, Drew, people pay me to do personal readings for them. I do it on the stream, and then I do it privately one-on-one too. Alright, put this up. Let me brush my teeth real quick and I'll be back. I hate getting food in my teeth. It drives me crazy. Oh, poor thing. Okay. Here's my lighter. What do with it? Hockey and hazy. You're funny. Okay. I'm not gonna do the whole office. I'm just gonna cleanse it around here real quick. Any and all. Oh crap, Wolfie broke through the gate. Remove any and all evil, negative entities and energies. Making this space. Remove any and all evil, negative entities and energies from this sacred space. Remove any and all evil, negative entities and energies from this sacred space. Any and all evil, negative entities and energies from this sacred space. Remove any and all evil, negative entities and energies from this sacred space. Only allow love and light to shine through. Only allow love and light to shine through. Only allow love and light to shine through. How shall it be, and so it is. Okay, and I can't open my door because it'll set my other smoke alarms off, but Whoopi just broke through the gate. Oh, Scott, they're doing good. Wolfie's just being a pain in the butt, as always. And Toby, unfortunately, he wants to keep running away from Wolfie because Wolfie just wants to follow him around. So it's like he can't ever get any peace. So they end up fighting. But the babies are doing good. So I'm just waiting for the other mom cat to have hers. And, oh boy. 8 kittens is enough. 14 cats. Yeah, that's just crazy. Shirley wasn't planning on having no 14 cats. I wasn't planning on having more than 2 at the most. So I think maybe one of the cats must be in heat. Because I'm thinking that's why he keeps wanting to come in here. Besides the fact that he don't like being left alone. But Toby gets the same way too. Okay. Okay. Isn't that the truth, Scott? But here I have 8 kittens and more on the way. Hello, Harry. You're on you some haze and going to bed? Well, sweet dreams to you, Keen Hazy. Yes, it's Wolfie talking. Because if I open the door, the smoke will go and set off my smoke alarms. Oh, Tony, you wish you would never be that lucky. And I sure in the hell ain't that desperate. But anyways. Exactly. Hold on. Sweet dreams to you, Keen Hazy. Say something. Okay. Spirit Witch deck. Well, I guess since I know you don't like them, we'll see how this deck works. Hi there, Jesus. How you doing? Alright, beautiful people. Eternal Light paid for a general collective reading for everyone in the chat. Okay? So again, beautiful people, this is a general reading. It's not a personal reading because it's going to apply to everyone here. Just take what resonates and leave behind the rest. But let me pull the cards first, and then I can go over them. So make sure y'all thank Eternal Light for the reading, please, and thank you. Hi, Mando. Show me. Alright, thank you. Wait, I'm not shuffling these that much. And man, this almost feels like a love reading again. Show me. Fingers. Eternal. I know there's some decks you like, so since you pay for the reading, baby, what deck do you want me to pull cards from for you? You know that most of the decks that I have. High Murder. Oh man, I got my decks all piled up over here now. Come back. Okay. Oh, freak. Well, I haven't. It'll be alright. Hi, Simcoe. How you doing, baby? What you mean, what's the occasion? What are you talking about, baby? These things are clicking in my freaking way. Oh, you never seen me in heels? No, baby. I wear heels a lot on here. You just may never see me get up and walk around. I mean, because I've been wearing like my dress shorts more, my skirts, and my dresses. So, I told you I love my heels. I wear them often. It's just in the winter I wasn't really wearing a whole lot that would call me to wear my heels. So, that's all it is, baby. Oh, you know, trying to get some of this stuff out of my way. Oh, crap. Put it there. You have seen me dressed up before? Yeah, baby, you just may not see me get up and walk around is all when you were watching me. But yeah, I've been wearing my heels a lot. I've been wearing them most nights, in fact, here in the last couple months. I love my heels. How you doing, baby? It's good to see you. How's life treating you? My Halloween costume? Oh, yeah. Did I wear heels that night, Darby? Did I put my heels on that night? I don't remember. But yeah, I was like the lady in red that night. I dressed up like the seductress, as many people, like my haters out there, you know, would love to see me fail, and they don't understand why I have the success that I do. They just think it's because I'm considered attractive, so they think I'm a seductress, is what it is. So I just dress like the seductress they think I am. Yeah. Who ignored you, murder? I saw you said something about you're leaving. Me what, murder? What's going on, Bob? Okay, Bob, hold on a second, baby. Let me see what he said real quick. And then, Bob, you're gonna have to email me, baby. Oh, you're going out chase cops? Baby, I'll be here streaming still. I can't come with you. You'd have to wait, baby, till I'm done streaming to go live then I'd come watch you. Okay, Bob. Email me, baby. Oh, okay, Bob, I got you, baby. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, Murder, I'll come watch. What, baby, you have to do it one of these nights when I'm not working. Like, the times I don't stream, most of the times, it's like Monday and Tuesday. So if you can do it on a Monday or Tuesday night when I'm not streaming, then I'll try and catch it. My live streamers are going out these days. Oh, that's cool, Simcoe. Yeah, I know you've been posting, baby. I've been coming on there and trying to like your videos and stuff. And trying to put them on my watch list, you know, if I don't get to them. The only days you have off are on the weekends? Well, baby, if I take Sundays off, which I took this past Sunday off, then you could do it then. But normally the weekends is when, you know, I get more business, baby, because, you know, it's how I pay my bills, so I can't make money unless I'm here doing paid readings. But yeah, I'll come watch it, baby. Even if you do it, baby, I'll watch it later. So, I just won't be able to watch it live, but I'll watch the replay. And I'll leave a comment, let you know I was there. Yeah. Truce and cope. I know I gotta do some shorts myself, and I just haven't done it. That's on my long to-do list. Because I'm still gotta get my, other stuff going, because I was gonna start the memberships, but I decided to wait until I hit 10,000 subscribers. When I hit 10,000 subscribers, then I'll start it. Sounds like content creation is what? Oh, Judith. Alright, Spirit. Let me focus on this, y'all. Papa Joe, for me it is, baby, but this is my job. It's my business. So, I do paid readings, though. I'm a psychic tarot reader, so I get paid when people pay me to do a personal reading for them, whether it's done on this stream or done privately one-on-one. So, content creators, you know, we have our own thing. So, but since I've only been doing this going on a year, I'm doing pretty good considering, is what people tell me. Yep, that's what I do. So, alright, Spirit, show me, please. And, you know, even the ones that do content creation and they get monetized like me, it's not much. It's really not. Freak, I have to shut that window now. I almost forgot. Y'all can hear all the traffic going by. Alright, Spirit, can I get one card, please? Ooh. Yes, Murder, I will when I start it, baby, but YouTube's still gonna take about half of it. So, hold on. Let me shut this window. Alright. No, Papa Joe. I mean, I got a Facebook account, but I don't really do anything with it. So I have to create one for, I don't know, someone mentioned TikTok and Instagram. So I gotta get there. I just haven't gotten it started yet. So YouTube's the only one I have right now. And possibly I'll get on Patreon, but I haven't started that one yet either. But that's what I'm working on right now. Thank you, Tasha. Thank you, Papa Joe. You are very sweet. So, alright, so spirits, can I get one card, please, for the collective? Oh, Papa Joe, my mods help me. They help me keep the channel going, keep the chat clean, but, you know, I know a couple of them offer to help me do different things with it. I just gotta sit down and lay out the framework for it all. And it's hard to do that when I stream 5 nights a week, and I stream for several hours a night too, on average. Like I've done, it's a rare that I may only do a 2-3 hour live. Majority of the times when I stream, it's usually pretty much between 8 hours to 12-14 hours. But I've even done a stream as long as 20 hours. Alright, spirits. Can I get one card, please? Really, spirits? That's funny. Yes, I've done 20 hours. I've done 18 and 19 hour streams too before. And then sleep for a few hours and then get up and stream again. So yeah, I'm serious when I say this is my job. This is my business. This is what puts food on the table and keeps a roof over my head. Or helps to. Murder. Well, that's easy to do, baby. Someone asked if they could watch me sleep one time in here. It's like, what? No. Alright, spirit. I need this. Come on. So, I try and interact with everyone if I can, but I'm trying to focus on this reading. And so, of course, I'm fixing to break my nails. Where's my butter knife? Get this doggone box open. Yes, we do, Darby. You're right about that, honey. Okay. Now, spirits, show me. Alright, spirits. My hair is driving me crazy. I want to pull it back in a ponytail, but I won't. Alright, spirit. One card, please. This is the one. see these other decks. Because they're getting in my way. Oh, thank you so much, Papa Joe. That's so sweet of you, baby. Thank you. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it, baby. Okay, spirits. Can I have a card, please? Show me, spirit. Really? Man, I feel like many are going through a rebirthing. I've been telling y'all that this whole year. What do you know? That card is number 44. What are you talking to me, spirit? Okay, Darby. Alright. I got one other deck to pull from, I think. No, two. Alright. Yeah. Hi, Eric. How you doing, baby? I'm gravy, Eric. Thank you for asking, baby. I know the decks haven't showed up yet, baby. I emailed them, and they claim it's stuck in transit, but I don't know, baby. Truthfully, I'm not getting a good feeling about this. And if I don't have it by the end of June, and that's being generous, yeah, I'll be calling my bank to get my money back. So I'm not happy because it's a gorgeous deck. There's a few of them actually that are gorgeous. That, I mean, when I was looking at them, I was in love with them, but there was just a couple I wanted to pick out just to see what the quality was before I went and ordered a couple more. So I'm not understanding this, but yeah. They claim it's in Ontario, California. Well, it only takes 3 days to get here from Ontario, California. I know that because I grew up out there. It's a 3-day drive, 4-day max. So I don't know what nonsense they're talking. It doesn't make any sense. Spirit, one card, please. Thank you. Okay, Judith. Have a great night, sweetheart. Sweet dreams to you. Oh, wow. Y'all, I just pulled out a beautiful card. I don't even know. I'm going to tell y'all, I found a white feather in my yard yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yesterday, the day before. I love when I find them. It reminds me that I'm not alone, but I know I'm never alone. But it's that beautiful reminder, though, just to let me know that they're still here with me, which I know they are, but it's always good when I see them. Alright, where are you? Oh, crap. Okay. Last one just for you, Eternal. Hi, Bonnie. Hi, Jedi. Hi, Chris. And hi to everyone else that came in when I wasn't looking. Alright. Can I get one card, please, for Eternal Spirit? Actually, give me to the Spirit. Sure, Darby. I love bird feathers. Thank you, sweetheart. Spirit. Give me 2 cards, please. And I've pulled this before. Ouch. Oh, crap. That's why my shoulder's hurting me. Fuck on it. I have to go grab my medicine. Ouch. All that crunchy noise, too. What is this? Man, I thought they put this in alphabetical order. Then they fooled me again. Where is this, Spirit? 85. Elizabeth, how are you? Alright, Spirit. Where's the other one? So yeah, Darby, I got a box over there in the corner. You'll see it, it's brown. It has some other crystals in it, and that's where I put all my bird feathers I find that are small. And then I got some in my other box over here. It's in one of the angel boxes that I have, one of the oracle decks, which I gotta put them over there in that box, but I keep forgetting to do that. Hello, Philip. How you doing? Okay. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Well, because I am. Hello, Bush. Are you leaving, Eric? I saw someone. Hi, Melissa. How you doing, beautiful? Can I get one card, please? Okay. I was just checking. I thought someone was saying good night to you or have a good weekend. Unless they're leaving. So, I got confused. Alright, beautiful. Let me run to get my medicine, and then I'll come back and start the reading. Actually, you don't need to be out here trying to stab myself while I'm trying to do this reading. Well, I'm glad you did, Jedi. You should stay for the reading, sweetheart. It's a general reading, honey. Courtesy of eternal light. He paid for it. All right. All right, beautiful people. This is a collective reading. So it's for everyone who's here. So it's not a personal reading. So understand me, beautiful people. All the messages may not resonate, may not apply to you. Only part of it might. Just take what does and leave behind the rest. Don't force it to fit if it doesn't fit. And you'll know when it fits because, you know, it's like it gives your body chills. You feel it. You'll know what is for you and what's not. All right. Put this over here. And beautiful people, I told y'all, don't shoot the messenger because, like, I'm not trying to read on love again. Like, that was like the general collective I did at the beginning of the stream. But some of these cards came out like it's a love reading again. Okay? For some of y'all, it might be pertaining to romantic love. But it can also pertain to other relationships in your life, your friends, your family, co-workers. So place it how it fits, if it resonates with you. It can even apply to something you're working on, like a career. All right. So, and before the last, bit of the collective reading got interrupted, one last cards I had pulled out was the Judgment card. And Moonchild and Gina, look away because I know y'all won't like this image. Okay? If y'all don't like snakes, don't look at the screen. All right? Just warning. Judgment. So this is y'all's recent past energy collectively. So there's a choice you were having to make or you made. But I feel like it was the right choice if you're questioning it. Like what the other, part of the last reading I did. Trust your intuition because Spirit's telling me you made the right choice. And they're saying because you made this choice, things are going to pick up and start to move in a more positive direction. With the Eight of Wands, this is, positive movement forward, fast movement at that, but it's very positive. So if you're doubting your judgment, if you're doubting your choices, Spirit's saying don't. Okay, things are going in the right direction. You're on the right path. The next one is y'all's current energy. This is the Three of Pentacles. Partnerships, collaborations, which, yes, can pertain to a romantic relationship, but it can pertain to also your friendships, your family, people you work with. It's all about partnerships. And for some of y'all, this could be romantic. Yes, this could apply to you working with someone at work. It can apply to family, friends, like I said. I feel like you're making the right choices right now, currently following your heart here, because I pulled the heart chakra card with this. And so I feel like it's going in the right place. I feel like who you are working with or this connection you're making, or the friendships, family connections, the bonds you're creating, even if you're working on like a special project, we'll say, whether that's at home or at work, It's all going in the right direction, and I feel like you've put in a lot of your time and your heart into this. And here again, I get the other clarity card I pulled with this is the Eight of Wands, and this is positive movement going again, just like this one. It's just from two different decks, but it's positive motion, positive movement going forward, okay? So don't feel like you're in doubt. Don't doubt yourself. It's what Spirit's telling me. Trust your instincts, trust your heart, be in alignment with both, and I feel like you're going to be going where you're meant to go. For someone out here, I feel like this is like related to trying to build a foundation of some kind. I feel like it's even pertaining to like either possibly like wanting to build a house, or this is like something like long term, like a business, or I even get like retirement. This is what you're working on, and this is the influences around all the other choices you've made. Um, I feel like this is you coming, showing up in the King of Cups energy, okay? And don't pay attention to the gender, okay? My ladies, this could be you just showing up in your masculine energy, like taking charge, taking authority, but leading with your heart again. But you are getting lost in your head, I feel. Um, and I feel like there could be other people coming at you too, because I get the Seven of Swords here, and Seven of Swords here is telling me like you got competition. People are jealous. People are envious of you, of what you're working on, what you're trying to um, gain in your life, and it's something that's going to bring you a lot of happiness, um, fulfillment, success, achievements. Because here's the Four of Wands with it. So if you're wondering if anyone else on the outside, which it's crazy how this coming up, because this feels like it ties into partly one of the readings I did the other night. That was the collective. When I said there's someone in your circle that I feel like is in like that devil energy, and someone that feels envious or jealous of you, I'm kind of picking up some of that same energy here with this, Seven of Swords. I feel like someone really is envious of you. They're envious of what you're trying to create. They're envious of this Four of Wands, your foundations, what you're working on. And so it's time for you to kind of go within, ground yourself, and find some balance, and be patient. Um, but I feel like what you need most is balance and take things, what's most important. Because I'm getting the temperance with this. So if people are coming in, being in, negative, if they're talking badly, they just seem like they're in a piss poor mood, those are probably the people I'd probably watch. But that's not to say that, people, for everyone, they're just going to act that way. You'll kind of pick up on their energy if you're good at reading the room and reading people. Their body language will give it away. But then some of y'all, there's going to be people who are going to act two-faced. They're going to be all friendly to your face, be all sweet, and, act like they're all for you. But then the moment your back is turned, that's when they're over there talking bad about you to other people. Okay? And again, this kind of even goes into what I was saying to y'all earlier about rejection. You all got to remember, being rejected, does that mean there's something wrong with you? No. Okay? Does that mean you're perfect? No. But at the same time, if someone else is going to reject you like that, take it as a blessing because that person doesn't belong in your life. Okay? You can have people in your life, even your family. You love, they love you, but they can be toxic. And, so for me personally, you know, I do have people in my life, in my family. And I think we all can say we know at least one person in our family who is very toxic. They always seem like they're in a piss poor mood, mad at the world, nothing's going right. They want to blame everyone else, or they just want to create drama. They always want to stir up crap to make everyone around them miserable. Okay? Those are the people that you love from a distance. Okay? Like me, I don't keep them in my close circle, meaning I don't call them like every week, every month, or see them regularly. I might only see them once or twice a year because I understand. I can't have them in my life up close like that because they're nothing but toxicity and they disrupt my peace and my overall well-being. And I'm not going to sacrifice my overall peace and well-being for someone else who can't be happy and be, my support team or and act, like they are, but once, they're my back is turned or behind closed doors with others, they're over here doing this. I can't do that. Okay, so what I'm telling y'all is, love your family, love your friends, whoever they are, whoever this person is, but keep them at a distance. They're not worth you going over and stressing yourself out, especially when you're trying to build something here, you know, when you should be happy with what you're working on, your accomplishments, whether that's, building a connection, a love connection, maybe, your relationship's gone to the next level, a higher level of commitment. Maybe you've just gotten a job promotion. Like I said, maybe you're working on, buying or building a house, whatever this is. Everybody that truly loves you should be happy and excited for you, not the other way around. So, and those people, the ones that can't genuinely be happy for you don't need them. So take that like as that's God's protection. That's what I say. Even if my family or friends, my so-called friends want to reject me that way, that's how I handle that. I don't need them in my life. I don't need them disrupting, what I'm trying to build. So Spirit's giving you the advice of have a leap of faith with the full card here. You know, focus on what you have built. Focus on yourself, be confident, have faith in yourself, but have faith in the universe. Have faith that you're on the right path, which through this spirit is showing me that. And, this might mean that you got to let go of some people too. You may have to leave some people behind. All right. Because I get the Six of Swords with this. And, Six of Swords, is all about moving out of, choppy waters into something that's more calm, more peaceful, more serene. But I also get the Six of Cups with this. And the Six of Cups is nostalgia. Think of like childhood memories or people you grew up with, friends, family. I feel like you have to make a decision here, with this and this. Have a leap of faith, yeah, give people the benefit of doubt, yeah, but I feel like you're going to have to leave someone behind to gain what you're trying to work on because I feel like this person is going to do nothing cause a disruption to make it to where they might want to even try and interfere in what you're trying to build, what you're trying to create. Especially if we're talking about our close relationships. Like, you know, I think of someone that would go through who would say they're all happy. Let's just say, if I was in a happy, fulfilling relationship, they would act all happy, to my face, like they're celebrating, my relationship and everything. But behind closed doors, they'd be telling someone else, oh, that's not going to last. Yeah, he's going to dump her, or even telling my significant other that, that's that kind of energy. Like I said again, I would feel like they are going to try and do something to change the direction your life is going in, what you're working on, and don't allow them. And that means, yeah, you might have to, cut ties with people. And I know that can be very, very difficult to do, especially when we love and care about people. But think of your overall well being and your peace of mind. Do you really want someone up close and personal with you like that if they're not really on your team? So that's what Spirit wants you to remember. If you want to keep staying on this path, you know, choosing to stay, focused, determined, going down this right, path that you're meant to be on, it means you got to walk away from some people here, I feel. So don't be afraid to do that. And if y'all can follow that advice, I see you coming out here in this King of Wands, ambitious, taking charge, you know, leading. King of Wands is someone who has the knowledge, the experience, but most importantly, they have the ambition, the drive, the passion to go the extra mile because they're motivated, to reach the finish line. So this is y'all. You will reach that finish line. Whatever this goal is, whatever you're working on, you will achieve it. So if you have any doubts, Spirit's saying stop doubting yourself. And I know some of y'all do feel that way still. Because I'm getting y'all here in the Eight of Swords. Y'all are getting trapped in y'all's thoughts again. Overthinking things. Stop overthinking things. Stop getting in your way. Getting lost in your thoughts, self-sabotage, telling yourself you're not going to be successful or you're not going to achieve this or no, it's not going to go exactly as planned. You know, you're just going to end up manifesting that. Everything you negatively think, you will end up creating into your reality instead of being in a positive mindset and saying, I will achieve this. Even if it takes a little bit longer than what I have planned or what my timeline is, I will reach that goal. That's the mindset you got to be in. And this is what Spirit's trying to remind you of. So stay ambitious, stay focused. Don't allow anyone to deter you from what you're building. And it might mean you got to, also, maybe you got to isolate yourself too. Because I get you, and also the hermit. You may have to spend some time alone, shutting out the world in order to reground, to refocus, to put your energy into what's most important to you. When others come in and want to talk, or do things to create problems, that distracts you, right? Takes your focus away from what you're working towards. The Spirit's saying, don't allow that. And it might mean you got to go within also to talk to your spirit team to get some extra advice and guidance. Whenever you feel, things aren't going right, don't look to the outside world for help. Go within. But don't just go within to seek those answers. Ask the heavens, ask the divine, your spirit guides, your past over loved ones for their guidance. Because on this is where you're going to have to stand strong and by believing in yourself, the seven of wands. Because I feel like there's some people you might still have to defend yourself against. But most importantly, you're going to have to defend yourself against what you're trying to go after, what you're trying to achieve. And they may, like I said, someone in your circle might be envious of this, because they see you got something great going when they don't. Stand strong, stand firm on your foundation, on your goals, and it will work out if you can learn to cut those ties and learn to cut the ties from people, even, who may not be in your life right now acting that way, but, you never know, a little bit down the road, they might start, getting that envious, jealous, um, feeling or become resentful toward you in some kind of way that doesn't make sense. There's no reason for it. Gotta remember who's most important. And the ones I want to take with me are the ones who really want to be on my side and see me go the extra mile, make it to the end, just as much as I would be on their side, cheering them on to make it to their ultimate goals and dreams. So don't lose hope, don't lose sight. And along the way, I feel like some of y'all might even meet someone. Um, I say that, because, you know, here's the King of Wands here, which is you. But I got the Queen of Wands. Let me get it. On the bottom of my deck, this is a couple. So, if you don't have someone, like a significant other in your life, I feel like you're going to find them soon. And y'all are going to, accomplish this together. So, I see a couple here. But I also see it with the Two of Cups at the bottom of my other deck I used. This is all about, the Two of Cups is like your twin flame soulmate type energy. So, someone's going to be there with you that's meant to be there with you. So, if you're out there looking for love, I feel like it's coming. If you haven't met them yet, I feel like you're going to meet them soon. And then, let's see, where do I want to start? Show me spirit. Okay, move this first. All right, first oracle card I pulled, it's called Move Your Body to Move Your Emotion. And it says, get up and move. So much of life has become sedentary, and it is time to mix things up and get moving in ways that feel nourishing for you. Movement is good for both our physical and mental health. Your emotions will shift when you move your physical body. So if you're feeling stuck in any area of your life right now, get up and wiggle those hips. What is your go-to movement of choice? For some, it is an intense exercise like going to the gym or running. For others, it is dancing, yoga, or going for a walk in nature. There is no right or wrong way to move, but this is your nudge to rediscover what movement feels nourishing for your soul. Get playful and reconnect to your inner child so that you delight in movement without any judgment. So, and this is true, I don't know about y'all, but I know for some people, um, I'll speak for myself here. Um, I know like when I go bowling, I feel a lot better when I get done bowling. Does my body ache? Yeah, it does because some of y'all know I had back surgery. But I tell you, mentally and emotionally, I end up feeling a lot better too, because I was able to release some of my adrenaline that had built up, or things that might have been on my mind, that have caused me to get upset or may have angered me in some kind of way. I'm able to release it out there on the bowling lane, and I feel so much better. So, what's that, exercise or that physical activity you can do that helps you to freeze your mind, helps you to release your emotions, helps you to release all that mental strain, that stress, overthinking, that brings you back to peace, serenity. That's what you want to do, and that's what this card means. So don't be afraid of this. If you're getting overwhelmed by certain things, overthinking, like the Eight of Swords, one of the cards I pulled, remember to think of something like this that will help you to release, that negative energy, to move it out of your essence so you don't carry it around. And you'll feel better. Not only do you feel better mentally and emotionally, but any kind of physical movement is beneficial to our overall health and well-being. All right, the next one is, where'd it go? Spirit. This is the Dragon Rider's Oracle. And I pulled this for you, Eternal, because I know you love dragons, but this is for everybody. This is Pallas Athena and Sweetie. And it says, the destiny of your world is changing. And whether this is for good or ill is also in your hands. Protect the good, look after love, and leave no room for lower energies to creep in. You know, I feel like I need to emphasize, don't leave any room for lower energies to creep in. Think of people that cause chaos. All right. And it says, I am not a goddess who will cloud your thinking with talk of light and love. I am clarity. I have brilliant mind. For many thousands of years, your awakening has been my goal. An awakening not only in terms of words and the light-filled things with which you surround yourself, but of your whole being. You may well be wondering how this will happen. It is very simple. Stop lying to yourself. Stop following or serving low energies. Yes, I am strict, but that is what is required. Broaden your mind and learn. Learn and understand what your spiritual and worldly teachers are saying. Read the books that you value most once again. You have probably only absorbed and fully grasped a fraction of their content. It is time to train your mind. You have done enough for your heart for the moment. So, again, beautiful people, you know, take a deep dive, like that hermit card. Where'd it go? Let's find it. Of going within, trying to discover yourself, looking for answers. Where'd it go? I covered it up somewhere. I don't know where it went. Is that it? Probably not. Nope. I know it's here. Or maybe I'm confusing it from earlier. Either way, when you think of like going into solitude, like the hermit, that's a place of self-discovery. It's also a place of seeking that knowledge. Or you think of like the Hierophant. The Hierophant's another major card that has that knowledge, that's seeking that wisdom, that is like a teacher. But just as much as they can be a teacher, they can also be a student, gaining that knowledge, that wisdom. So there's something that you may rediscover by going and reading, old books that you have if you're into reading. Maybe it's, articles, just doing research on something that you've been wanting to look into, and maybe you just put it on a back burner. Now's the time to do that, to seek that wisdom again, to help you along your path. It will help you spiritually, but I feel like it will also help your overall well being, your mental and emotional well being, which is just as important. So don't be willing to go out there and seek more answers that it's going to help you. It might even help, speed up the direction of what you're wanting to work on and what you're wanting to accomplish. Don't be afraid of it. There's always room to grow. There's always room to seek greater knowledge. We deserve, that wisdom. This is a life of learning. We're going to be learning for the rest of our lives. So why not, pick up a book or read an article, whatever interests you, to gain that knowledge or to remind yourself of the knowledge that you already had, but maybe it's deep down and you kind of forgotten about it. So seek it. And Spirit just said, seek me and you shall find me and find the answers. So seek them too. I feel like there needs to be a stronger connection built here with your spirit team for some of y'all. So be willing to open up and talk to them. They want to hear from you. I feel for some of y'all, I feel like y'all are still in doubt about speaking to them. For others, I feel like that maybe, you're not doing it enough, or you're not paying attention to the messages they're trying to give to you. They're trying to help you. So it's time for you to look to them again to discover that wisdom and the answers that you want help with. Because your angels and your spirit team, your spirit guides are always here working with you. They're always beside you. Never doubt them. And then I pulled from the secrets of the ancestors. And this is the unknown. Enigma. And it says, if you are close to a family member or other person when they were in their physical realm, they are likely still with you now. The unknown ancestors are also still loving and protecting you. On a soul level, we know all of our ancestors. Put your hands over your heart. Feel into their guidance and affirm, just for today, I know that I am safe. So believe in the unknown. Believe in them. I feel like Spirit wants to remind y'all that, you can't control every single thing. You got to put some faith and belief, like have a leap of faith, like the full card, to also believe in the divine, believe in the universe, believe in your spirit guides and your angels and your past over loved ones or your great ancestors, that they're still here trying to help you too. They're trying to redirect you, possibly. Some of y'all, they're trying to, make sure you stay on the path you've been on. And they're trying to show you are on the right path. Whatever this is, know which, road you're taking. And that they are help trying to steer this car too. Yeah, you can control so much of it. But you also got to remember that even though, you can control your life, in yourself, you can't control everybody else around you. So that's where you got to release that control. And that's when you got to trust in the universe. Yeah, you got to trust other people to do right by you, to do the right thing, obey the law, blah, blah. But you can't control and change what they do. The only person you have control of at the end of the day is yourself. Everything else, you got to leave it up to the universe and have faith. So, and I feel like your ancestors wants to remind you of this. And no matter which road you go down, they are still here trying to protect you. So don't doubt that, because I can't make this up. Like, this confirms what I was just saying. But even from my other deck I pulled from where I get the guardian angel. You are not alone. You are not alone. If for any reason you feel like you are alone, they're telling you you're not alone. This card didn't show up for no reason. This is a reminder. And like I told y'all, like, I even found a white feather in my yard like yesterday, the day before. And that was a reminder to me that I'm not alone. Even when I feel like I am, and maybe physically in that moment I am, but doesn't mean I'm actually alone. I know they're still walking with me, alongside me, and watching over me to guide and protect me. They are for you too. And you got to believe in that. And they want you to watch for the signs and reminders that they are around, that your loved ones are close by. Remember that they are working hard to guide you. And don't forget that. They're always working hard for you. Some of us can even make the jokes like, especially when we're going through a hard time, like, oh, well, my angel must have gotten drunk. They must have forgotten about me type energy. No, it doesn't mean that they're going to come in and make everything okay either, because you still have free will. You still choose for yourself. But they'll help protect you as much as they can. But there's some things they can't protect you from because you're meant to go through them. Why? Because we're all here to learn. And so there's going to be challenges and road bumps and things we're going to have to go through. And that's part of our growth here. That, no matter how much we want, it to not happen, it needs to happen for us to learn. But other things, they can help protect us from. So don't feel like your guardian angels, your loved ones have forgotten you, because they haven't. And the message from this is everyone has a guardian angel who has been with them in all their past lifetimes and will be there in all the lifetimes to come. So know that you are never alone and never will be alone. This is a reminder that there is always help and support available to you. Your guardian angel is with you now and is here to aid you in all of your endeavors in order to fully receive their support. First ask for it, then surrender to the process. Know that whatever unfolds will be for your highest good. So just believe, like I said, the good, the bad, obstacles, challenges, seems like an uphill climb kind of thing. Yeah, I know it's in those moments where, like, like, where's my, guardian angels? Where's my spirit guides? Where's my loved ones? Why aren't they here helping me? It's not that they're not there. There's just certain things they can't do. But don't focus on that. When you see things shifting, changing for the better, just know that it's them helping you. And like, when you think of like certain people that come into your life, and they manage to come at the right time, like, if y'all are looking for like a job, for an example, and you just happen to walk into, I don't know, the grocery store, and the person in line right, in front of you just happens to be a manager of a company that maybe you wanted to apply at. And you just happen to overhear that they are a manager there. And you start up a conversation and let them know that you're interested. You wanted to apply, but, you weren't sure if anything was available or if you qualified. Don't ignore that. That was lined up for a reason. And they will do things like that. So don't ignore it. That's them trying to help you. You know, I know many of y'all have heard my stories. But for those of y'all who are new here, I'll share with y'all a quick story as best as I can make it as short. To sum it To sum it up for y'all, I had to sell my house a couple years ago. It wasn't a choice I wanted, but I was forced to because I couldn't afford to live there anymore. And so I had to move to my in law's house, for a short while until I can get myself back on my feet again. And when I first started looking for a house, I was trying to find a house back where I used to live. But, price of houses in general, just outrageous, right? But I came across a posting on the internet for a neighborhood that was putting up brand new homes. And it was in the price range that I was looking at. Downside, it wasn't close to where I used to live. And that bothered me because I didn't want to be that far away from my younger brother. So, but I decided to go ahead and take a look at the property, the home. And so the night before I went to bed, I asked my spirit guides, my guardian angels, my parents, because, both my mom and my dad and my stepdaddy, who's daddy to me, they all passed away a long time ago. So I asked my parents more specifically, give me a sign. I need to know this is where I'm supposed to be. Show me. Let me know tomorrow when I go to look at this house. Is this where I'm supposed to be? Next morning I wake up, and as soon as I open my eyes, um, I had a song played in my head. That was my mama coming through loud and clear telling me, yes, I'm supposed to be in the house where I was going to look at. And then as I'm getting to the neighborhood, right when I cross into the county line, in fact, there's a political sign at the front of the county line. So this is a completely different county I've never been to before. And I see this political sign that has my stepfather's surname on it. I've never heard that name outside of my family. First time I've ever seen it. It's not a common name like a Davis, Johnson, Smith, nothing like that. Okay. So I'm like, okay, well, there's sign number two. Then I enter into the neighborhood where they're building these homes. Same sign, political sign, right in front of the neighborhood. Sign three. Then I go through and I'm looking at the property. Well, they only had one or two houses built, but they weren't completely built. Like it didn't have the sheetrock on the inside, so I couldn't see myself in this house. So I told my realtors, it's a husband and wife couple. I told them, I'm like, look, I can't see myself in this house. I need like the walls up for me to, see myself here. So I still don't know. And like, well, the builder hasn't, neighborhood he built a year ago that has actually a house in there that hasn't, technically sold yet. It's under contract, so you can't buy it. But if you want, we can go over there and look at it. They'll allow us to look at it. You just understand you can't bid on it. You can't buy it because it's under contract. Fine. I just want to picture myself here in this house. That's all I need. So we go there, and most of the house was done, but there was parts of the inside that still wasn't finished. So I still couldn't see myself there. And I told him that it's like, there's parts still missing. I can't see this yet. I'm just not seeing it. And this neighborhood also had that political sign there. So I saw that too. So we're standing out in the, cul-de-sac talking, and my realtors are looking around, and then they look at me, they're like, Amanda, that's your house right there. There's a house next door. That looks exactly like the one you're trying to buy, right there. But someone already lives there, right? And they're like, go knock on the door. Ask them if we can come in and take a look around. Because there was a car there in the driveway, and I looked at them like, y'all are crazy. Like, really? Like, y'all really think they're going to allow me to come in? They don't know me. I'm a complete stranger, right? But I'm like, you know what? No. I'll go ahead. I'm not scared. So I went and knocked on the door. Older lady comes, answers the door, tell her who I am, why I'm there. To my surprise, she welcomed us in. And we go through this house. We get to her living room. And I noticed there's this angel figurine that's hanging over her door frame that's outside of the master bedroom. I have this exact same angel figurine. And at my old house, this is where I hung it over the door frame of my master bedroom. So there was another sign. So I said, okay. And then after we got done looking at the house, as we're saying our goodbyes and I'm thanking her for, her hospitality and, being courteous to us, I just happened to mention a political sign to her real quickly. And I say to her, I'm like, yeah, the name out there on the political sign, I said, that's my family. That's my family's name. You know, she's like, really? I said, yeah. She's like, what would you know? That's my name too. I'm like, really? She's like, yeah, it's my maiden name. What were the chances? Out of all those houses in this neighborhood, the one house and the one door I knocked on happens to have my daddy's name. That's not coincidence, okay? It feels like coincidence, but no. That was my parents answering me, making it loud and clear with exclamation points. I'm supposed to be in this house. I'm supposed to buy this house. So I said, okay. So I reached out to the builder and I said, well, you know, I want to buy the house. I said, but can you like add square footage onto the house? Can you give me the plot I want? Will you upgrade, my countertops, the floors, and, so on? I said, if you can do that for me, you give it to me at a reasonable price, I'll sign right now. And I meant it. And I did. They said, okay. They gave me the price. Okay. Signed it. I didn't go look at any other houses because that was the clear sign from them. I'm supposed to be in this house. And so here I am. So if y'all think that, they don't show you signs, make themselves known that they're there, that they're watching over you, that they hear you, they're listening, I'm telling you, they listen. They hear everything. And that might sound crazy to some people, but I'm telling you, it's not. They do. They know everything that's going on in your life. So don't ever be afraid to talk to them. Doesn't matter how you do it. It doesn't matter whether you say it out loud, doesn't matter whether you say it in your mind, or if you wanted to write it down on a piece of paper or type it up on a computer screen. They will get it. And give them time. They will answer you. But you have to be open to receiving those messages too, because they can come from anywhere. They can even use a complete stranger to deliver the message to you. But if it hits home, if it resonates and it, gives you chills, you get a body reaction that way, or it just seems like that sounds like something so and so would say to me. Listen, that's them, you know, because for me, that's like my parents, sending me a postcard from heaven just saying hello. I'm still here. I haven't forgotten about you. I heard what you, asked, and here it is. So nothing is by coincidence. And, they come across to make it seem like it's coincidence, but that's how they want it to seem. Okay? So trust in it. Trust in those signs. Don't ignore it. Yes, Eric, they do, baby. Everything. When I say they hear everything, baby, everything. Because, baby, you got to understand. This is what people, people don't think about. We're human, right? We're in this physical being. Okay, so we're only used to thinking from that point of view. In this being, their energy, their spirit. They're not tied to this physical human vessel like we are. They can go anywhere. So when you stop and think about it, your thoughts is energy. Every thought you have is energy that goes into the universe and it vibrates. It has its own frequency. Even when you think about, music, sound, it has its own frequency. It gets heard, it gets felt. So yes, they do. No, Scott, it doesn't have to be verbal, baby. Just say it to yourself like you're talking to yourself in your head. They'll hear it. If you want to type it out or write it out, same thing, baby. They'll get it. So don't forget that. Don't ever feel like you're alone, because you're not. I guarantee you. And I know there's pre-recorded videos on my channel. I haven't done one in several months, but there's a couple, 2 or 3 of them maybe, of other stories of mine where I can tell you my loved ones gave me a sign to let me know they were here. And I listened to it. So just believe in that. And then the next one is, this is from, I don't remember what it's called, but I know it's abundance. It's an abundance deck. And the card I pulled is receiving. And it says, every day it becomes easier to receive the highest divine plan and to trust my inner guidance. Believe in this. You're supposed to receive. You know, like we're talking about this plan, what you're trying to accomplish. Know you're receiving it. And it's part of the divine plan for your highest good. So welcome it in and don't doubt it. Trust yourself. Have a leap of faith. Don't lose hope. Nothing's hopeless and nothing's impossible. All right. And let's see. Okay. All right. And now for you, Eternal. Um, Beautiful people, I pulled these cards specifically for Eternal because he paid for this collective reading. But if these last two messages resonate, take them. Okay, just take it how it comes. All right, here it is. First Goddess, and I remember I pulled this once before. This is Elizabeth Bathory, also known as the Blood Countess. And it says that, here, I'll share the story with y'all because I think it's very interesting. She was a Hungarian noblewoman born in 1560. It was alleged that Elizabeth engaged in sadistic acts, particularly against young girls and servant women. She was accused of torturing and killing numerous victims, often bathing in and even drinking their blood, in the hopes of acquiring eternal youth. Elizabeth's actions eventually got her arrested and put on trial. Due to her title, she was not sentenced to death, but rather imprisoned within the walls of her castle. She lived the remainder of her life in solitary confinement until her death in 1614. Elizabeth's history serves as a reminder of the dangers of unchecked power and privilege, challenging us to face the consequences of our actions, both past and present. Her tale is associated with abuse of power and cruelty. Examine your own patterns of behavior or relationships that may be rooted in abusive dynamics. Evaluate your actions and relationships, ensuring that you are not perpetuating harm or allowing others to mistreat you. Reflect on the consequences of your actions and seek redemption for any harm caused. It signifies the potential for personal growth and the opportunity to make amends. So, you know, it's interesting that this card comes up, truthfully. For those of y'all who were here earlier and, saw I had to boot someone who's, been a subscriber of mine for a little while. And I know some of y'all saw. They kind of felt like they can abuse my rules and be and act any way they felt like. Um, like I own, they own me or something, No, you don't get that right still. Okay. That's someone that's trying to be abusive though to me. Being arrogant, playing it off like they're better than everyone else, because they, have this or that. It makes them better than everyone else, and it doesn't. It's great that you have what you have. My hat's off to you. But it does not make you better than anybody else. Does not make you superior to anyone else. Okay? And I don't like arrogant people like that. It rubs me the wrong way. It's a turnoff. So egotistical, yeah. And so think of it that way, trying to abuse their power. And does that mean you got to pay for things you've done in the past, for the rest of your life. No. And I'm not saying that. And I'm not telling y'all that either. But, it's never too late to make amends and to, have a deep talk with the divine, with your spirit guides, apologize and do right. It's never too late to change your behavior, you know. But here's the thing, you can't change what you don't acknowledge either. So until you acknowledge there's an issue or a problem, how can it be changed? Even others around you could point it out to you. But if you're too wrapped up in your power, your authority, or your ego, are you going to see it that way? No. You're going to take it like an insult and you're going to become defensive. So just be mindful of that. And then the other one is tibia. I didn't say that right. I know I didn't. I'm gonna have to look up how to pronounce her name. But this is the finger pointer. And here's the story on her. This is the other goddess. She served as a household slave for Reverend Samuel Paris. During a time of heightened paranoia and fear, accusations of witchcraft began to spread throughout the community, and she found herself at the center of the 1692 Salem witch trials. Accused of witchcraft, she was considered involved and had testimony were instrumental in fueling the hysteria that gripped Salem. She confessed to being involved in witchcraft and accused others as well, leading to the imprisonment and execution of numerous innocent people. With a complex and layered story, she navigated a world where she had limited agency and power, where a confession was the only possible attempt to save herself. Her story serves as a reminder of the insidious nature of rumors and gossip, serving as a reminder of the power of words and the impact they can have on individuals and communities. Calling upon this goddess involves a need for caution and discernment in our interactions and communication. She invites us to examine our own role in the spread of rumors and to consider the consequences of our words. Cultivate a culture of trust, compassion, and understanding where gossip and harmful rumors have no place. You know, kind of funny again. It's like these cards seem to go together. You know, feels like it's calling on someone, but and on this card it says accused and condemned. I carried the weight of injustice upon my shoulders. So, you know, maybe, not saying you're going around gossiping, spreading rumors, but I think it should serve more, as a reminder in case we think, to me, I guess I try and look at things this way. And this is just me. If I've already said something to your face, how I see you or how something makes me feel, if I repeat it, when you're not around, okay, I don't take that as talking about you behind your back per se, okay, because I've already said it to you, all right? And it may just come up, with someone else just, in passing or something. But I think it plays as a more important reminder that no matter what, how we think or feel, our words are very powerful. Our words hold great power. It's that thing like once you say something, you can't really take it back, right? Especially when it hurts someone. Those words, as much as you wish you can erase them, you can't. They will forever be imprinted on someone or in someone's mind, especially if it's someone that deeply cares about you, and you hurt them in such a way. It digs deep. So be mindful of your words that you use with people, Be mindful, You know, like I try and tell y'all, like when I'm upset, when someone's, angered me, I do everything I can to walk away. I won't argue or fight with you if I reach that point. Why? Because I understand. I'm cutthroat. You anger me, hurt me that deeply. I'm like a shark, and I'm not afraid to speak my mind. And it could be cruel at times, and I know that. I'm not meaning to be, but I'm just reacting the same way I think the rest of us would, standing up, defending myself, you know. And if I feel like I'm being attacked or fighting for what I believe in, whatever the occasion is. So I try to walk away. Just think of that in that way. You know, what words would you want to use, and say to someone that leaves a positive, uplifting, impact on their life, raises them up, makes them feel loved, cherished, like they've done something good, that nurtures them, that catapults them, pushes them to the future, instead of leaving them like, afraid, worried, hurt, or they're not good enough, or they have enough value or worth, and so forth. Just be mindful of your words. Yeah, I can spell out her name for you. Tituba. So always be mindful of your words, because they can carry great weight. It may not seem like nothing to you, but to someone else, it might leave a deep cut, and a cut you may not be able to erase. So don't lose sight of that, beautiful people. And then the last card I pulled for y'all is the Angel card, which is Violet Flame. Surrender and release the past. You have faced darkness head on, and now you are moving into a state of love. All the previous traumas, dramas, and limitations are being cleared from your energy. Stay focused on knowing that you wouldn't be who you are today if you hadn't surmounted the challenges you have experienced. In order to heal fully, let your love reach where it has never reached before. You know how we were talking about control earlier? Release the past. Let it go. Surrender. You can't always be in control of everything. Just trust, surrender what it is you can't control and leave the past in the past. Know that everything you want to bring into your present and future from the past, as I try and tell y'all, the people you still want in your life, the great happy memories you've made, and the lessons you have learned in the past. You want to apply them to your present and to your future. So the positive affirmation here is, I am purified by the violet flame. I am purified by the violet flame. Oh, and I forgot these cards. And the last other few cards, just other messages from spirit guides. Believe in magical blessings. Believe in blessings of all kinds. They're all magical. Trust in divination, whichever way divination applies in your life. And believe in your transformation, because many of y'all are on a path of transformation, like a rebirth. Because in this, you're going to find your abundance. If you've been worried about that, your abundance is coming through. And beautiful people, do not use abundance as only being like material or monetary. Your abundance can also apply to your physical, like your health, your spiritual, and your mental and emotional. Okay? It applies to all areas. Not everybody always wants to think of the material and monetary. No. It applies to every aspect. But your abundance is coming. So be willing again to receive it in. Because that's what Spirit's making clear here. And that's what I got for y'all, beautiful people. And I know I saw something. So, hold on. Let me put these cards up. So, again, beautiful people, take whatever messages in there resonated. Because, like I said, that was a general collective. It's not a personal reading. Not all messages may resonate. Take what does and leave behind the rest. If you want a personal reading, I do offer personal readings. It's $30 US to get a personal reading from me on this stream. And then I do them privately too, one-on-one. But you would have to email me for those details. You're welcome. Yeah, don't forget to thank Eternal Light because he paid for that one for y'all. Okay, Darby. That'll be awesome. I'd like to see him. Tell him come by and see me. I haven't seen him in forever. You're welcome, Eric. I'm glad you liked it, baby. I hope it helps y'all. Because like I said, I wasn't trying to read on love. Like, you know, I don't mind it sometimes, but sometimes, you know, I feel like I keep reading the same thing. Hi, beautiful Onyx Throne. Beautiful, I think I saw your donation, honey. Thank you. I can read for you next, honey. If you give me a few minutes so I can use the ladies' room and go check on my cat. Because I got 8 kittens now. Since you seen me last, beautiful. 2 of the kittens from the mama stray cat I took in had babies. So, and I think another one's pregnant. So I'm waiting for those babies to be born now. And now I'm going to look like that crazy cat lady. You're welcome, Eternal. Thank you, Onyx Stone. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Let me just put these cards up real quick. I agree, Bob. I do feel the difference. Yes, it's very zen now. I'm loving the calm, positive vibes. That's what the way I want it. Like that. That's the way it needs to be too. That's the way I try and keep it. If I know what's going on. I know, she might pop in here. She might surprise y'all. You never know. Okay. Alright. I'll be back in a minute, though. Whoa. No, we're not having good. him up. Oh, really, Trojan? Yeah, you wish you were that lucky to know what I am like. But guess what? You're not. You would never be that lucky, and I would never be that desperate. So, try again. Because let me tell you something. You would never get that lucky to get that close to me. You wish you could say that, though. It's time to report you. You must be, let's see, Mr. 3 inches. Have fun with that. Good luck with that. I mean, you know, Onyx, though. You know how some of them, jerks want to come here act a fool. Wishing they knew, what it was like to be with me. They couldn't even afford a Rolex. But, I bought a Rolex. And, oh wait, I got more than a Rolex though. You wish, keep talking your nonsense. You wish you knew what I was like. You wish you could say. But let me tell you something. You ain't got enough money in the world for me. I don't know why, because I'm priceless. And you see, you wouldn't even be able to afford half the stuff that I have, so keep talking. Keep talking, 3 inches. Before long, it's going to end up being 2.5 inches. Confidence? No. Those are facts. But keep trying. Keep talking like you know me, because you don't. You wish you could have gotten that close to me. That arrogance of yours is something else, I tell you. I even think the tweezers would be too big for him, Moonchild. That's saying a lot, He's just mad because he could never have me. He would never know. It's so funny how someone can think they would know me or say they can have me when I've only had a handful of serious relationships in my life. So, and not all of them got to find out, so. But there you go. You want to keep talking your nonsense. Knowing the fact that I've been in a marriage for the last 23 years. So, keep trying. So, it's time for you to be reported for harassment. Let's see. Yep, and I'm not playing. Because you just don't seem to know what to do. Oh, and let's see. Next. Y'all can hide him too. Ain't got time for the nonsense. Don't come in here and disrupt my stream. Don't get mad because you got put out in the cold. Poor thing. Not. It's time for you to go. Thank you, Darby. And then thank you, Eternal, for doing that. Because that was the next thing I was going to do. Acting foolish. Hello, Chastity. How you doing? Okay. Beautiful Onyx throne. They probably lost more than an inch. Man, they would only be like well, 3 inches to me is a knob, but, you know, I'm trying to be nice. I'm really trying. Okay, Onyx throne. Okay, Moonchild. Thank you, beautiful. Sweet dreams to you, honey. Good night. I'm Gravy, Chastity. Thank you for asking, honey. Okay, Onyx. Beautiful, you want what, just a general, or do you got a question, sweetheart? And thank you again for your donation, honey. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you again to everyone who has donated. Whether that's just, you know, to show your love and support for me and my channel, what I do, or for readings. I greatly appreciate it. Alright, Darby. Sounds good, honey. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Hi, Wombly. How you doing, honey? Good to see ya. And in case you don't come back, Darby, sweet dreams to your girlfriend. Sweet dreams, Moonchild. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking, honey. You know, Onyx Throne, I think they have influences with some of them. Yeah, I agree. I do. Because when they run in that low negative energy vibration, that's exactly what they attract, is those low vibrational spirits. And they end up attaching onto them. So, yeah, I agree with you, honey. Yeah, poor Mr. 3 inches. He got taken down another notch or two. I still will never forget. I mean, even though I didn't see it, but I still find it funny to this day how, you know, I was in here one night streaming and doing readings, and some guy comes in here thinking he's going to press me with 3 inches. That's what he was saying, but I missed it. I just thought that was hilarious when they told me about it. Oh, yep. Bye-bye. I don't need that nonsense in here either. See ya, bye. You wish you were that lucky, Scorpion, and you wish I was that desperate. All right. All right, beautiful Onyx throne, sweetheart. Do you just want a collective, honey? Because I do got some new decks, girlfriend. And I'm hoping to have some more here. I should have had them already. I ordered a few more Oracle decks. And I got one more, or I should have 2 more tarot decks coming, but they haven't showed up yet. Just the general. Okay, beautiful. You got it. Let's see. I'll use this tarot deck that I was using for the other one. Let's see. Oh, Amanda, I guess you should put up those other Oracle decks you brought out first. Yeah, because I gotta make room. Um, there's one I wanted to pull out from though. Before I forget, I wanted to pull this one because Spirit told me to grab it for you. Before I forget. Here it is. And where's that other one? Let's see. Onyx Stone, number 33 might be important, sweetheart. That might resonate if you've been seeing that number. It keeps coming up. I keep getting threes, so the number 3 or 33. Alright, Spirit, show me. There it is again. Like you're trying to partner with someone, sweetheart. You see a lot of threes. Yeah, it keeps coming out. Something in threes here. And like the 3 of Cups, like collaboration, enjoyment, celebrating, working with someone, even a possible union, partnership. So I keep seeing like 3 of Cups and 3 of, I saw the 3 of Pentacles once. It didn't come out, but alright, Spirit. Show me. Come on, Spirit. 44 might be important too, beautiful. 33, threes, or 44, or even 34. Those all are just coming out. I keep getting 3s and 4s. Okay. Let's see. Which deck? I might as well use the one I was using. There it is. Okay, Spirit. Seeing 4s as well. Well, then you know I'm tuned into your energy then, beautiful. Then I'm tuned in right. Because it's 3s and 4s. Alright, Spirit. I need you to clarify this for me, please. What is this? Alright, Spirit. Help me clarify this for Onyx Throne, please. What is this here? That's beautiful. Ooh. I don't know what to make of this one. Excuse me. I hope you're not hurting from something, Onyx Stone. Because I got Theosaurus at the bottom of my deck right now. Hope everything's okay with you, honey. Let's see, Spirit. Holy Spirit. Spirit. Onyx Stone Spirit wants to remind you, slow and steady wins the race, honey. Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit. Let's see it go. You trying to run away from something, girlfriend? Yeah, okay, I see that. Because, like, I get the 8 of Cups down here twice. It's at the bottom of one deck and it's the bottom of the other deck. I'm sorry to hear that, honey. Spirit. Clarify. Four Pentacles. Yeah, here it is again. 88 might be another number that speaks to you, Onyx Throne. But, I mean, I can't make this up, beautiful. Like, I wish I could. But, I mean, it's just confirming. 8 of Cups on the bottom of one deck that I'm using to clarify. 8 of Cups at the bottom of the other deck. And this is all about moving away, walking away, trying to move on. You're not, like, interested in, you know, all those cups before, like, you're just, like, done and over it. And you just want to move on. So, and I feel like you've probably been withdrawing from probably people, isolating yourself, trying to gain some clarity here. Trying to find your compass again. That's the other thing Spirit just said. Yeah, they're showing up loud and clear, honey. Okay. I feel like it's going to get better, though. Oh, there's 44 down here on my table again, too. I just noticed that. So, 44, 88, the 3s. Honey, whenever you're seeing those numbers, take it as a sign. You know, like Spirit's trying to, let you know they're there. They're trying to, help you. Don't ignore it. Anytime that happens, Onyx Stone, you know how, and I know you know this, but, you know, just as a reminder, when you see, you know, repetitive numbers or words, that's usually like a sign. It's either, you know, if like the number, you know, let's just say 88 for an example. Okay, was someone 88 who passed away at the age of 88? Was someone born in 88 that may have passed away? Were you born in 88? Like, where someone would be trying to get your attention from the other side to let you know, that type of thing. I always think of like my loved ones on the other side first when I see numbers like that keep repeating themselves. And if none of those numbers connect to anyone, have any major significance, like a birthday, anniversary, date, like, you know, as in their death, or even like their street address, part of a phone number, anything like that you would recognize, then the next thing I would look for is like angel numbers. But I feel like in this case, this is like just a reminder to let you know they're still there with you, girlfriend. You don't walk in this path alone, even if it still kind of feels that way, like it feels a lot of heaviness. I get. Alright, Spirit, can I get a few messages on this phone, please? From here. And I feel like I need to pull from another deck. No, this has come out. Where'd it go? Alright, Spirit. Show me. For Onyx Stone, please. Thank you. Spirit. Yeah, a rebirth of something. One more Spirit. Doggone it. No. And you know, just quickly, Onyx Throne at the bottom of one of my decks I'm using for you. One of the Oracle decks I'm using. It's loneliness. It says, I know that I am never alone. Remember this, beautiful. Remind yourself you're never alone, honey. Even though I know it can feel that way at times, but we're never alone. So Spirit needs you to remember that. So I feel like I need to grab one of my other Oracle decks for you too. Plus the ones I pulled over here. Where's the other one? Here. Like this. Oh crap, of course. Can't get this open. Come on. One of these days. I don't want it to happen, but I'm just saying one of these days I'm gonna cut myself. Ouch. I almost broke my freaking nail. That sucked. Okay, let's see. Ooh, Onyx stone. I almost broke one of my nails, girlfriend. Trying to open this box for you. Okay. Well, let me set this up. Something tells me I'm gonna need it again. I hate those boxes that are just stuck to each other. It's like you can't do anything to pull them apart. Alright, Spirit. Can I get one card for Onyx Stone, please? Wow. One card, Spirit, for Onyx Stone, please. Ooh. Isn't she pretty? I won't, honey. It was close, though. Man, that was close. That would have hurt. Ooh, that would have hurt. Okay. Put that there. Pull. And I should have kept that other deck out, too. So it's telling me to grab it now. Okay. One came out quickly. Uh-oh. You got love and romance in the air? Onyx Stone, you got somebody in your circle, girlfriend, you've been seeing? Ooh. Or is this what you're trying to manifest? Because I got the love and romance right here at the bottom of one of the oracle decks I'm pulling from. So I feel like you're trying to manifest this, girlfriend. Okay. Well, I can tell you're trying to bring it in. Hey, you never know, beautiful. When you don't think it's going to happen is when it seems to happen, especially when you're not looking for it. Let me not try and push it. Spirit just said release control. So, I don't know what you're trying to control, girlfriend, but Spirit just said it's time to release that control. I'm supposed to pull from that too. Yeah, I know. Spirit's telling on you is what you're saying. You know, beautiful. I get it when things ain't always going our way or the way we want or wish they would. It's like it feels like we have no control, right, over what's going on in our life, and then we're trying to look at every little, you know, nick and cranny of what in our life do we have control over, just to feel like we have some, you know, say in what goes on in our life, right? Hey, beautiful. I've had them days. Let me tell you, I've had plenty of them days. Alright, Spirit. Can I get one card for Miss Onyx Stone, please? I know you're trying to manifest a good outcome, a good beginning, material wealth, a material harvest, and love. I want you to find a partner, girlfriend. Especially if you want it, which I know you do. Let's see. Come on. Well, no, Spirit. Not like that. Work with me here. Okay. One card, please. For Onyx Throne. Thank you. Heck yeah. Wow. Yeah. Spirit, yeah, I know. You know, beautiful. I think Spirit wants you to try and release control. Just knowing the past is the past. It's over and done with. Like you said, the last few days haven't been, you know, the best. Just know that it's over and done with, honey. Because Spirit said, leave the past behind. And this was at the bottom of the deck. So I'm showing this to you, beautiful, because it was at the bottom of the deck. No kidding, Onyx Throne. Hey, beautiful. Well, I hope that happens for you, girlfriend. That would be such a dream. A dream, I know, for so many people. And God knows that would help, you know, if I could ever have the opportunity to win something like that. I know it'd be life-changing, but I know it'd be life-changing for whoever it were to win it. But, girlfriend, hey, I hope it's you. I hope your dream comes true. I really do. So, see if we can make that happen. Dream that you already have it in its shell. Come. Last quarter moon. But that explains exactly why Spirit told me to pull from some of these other decks. Because I know you're trying to manifest something. That's what Spirit keeps showing me. Come on. Help me out here, Spirit. Where's it at? All wounds were reopened. Oh no. You know what, beautiful? You know how you handle that? By facing them. And I know that's kind of hard to do, especially when it runs deep. Especially if we feel like we've already like left it behind or thought we left it behind or we thought we healed from it. But, you know, the universe has a beautiful way of sometimes, maybe not so beautiful, depending on your perspective, of bringing it back to the surface because there's something that you need to address in order for you to move forward, to take another step forward in your journey, to get you to a point where you're supposed to be quicker or in the time frame you're wanting to reach it type. You know, like think of like a relationship for an example. Wanting to have, you know, a significant other in your life to share your life with. Well, maybe, you know, I'm not saying that's what, you know, it was that got triggered. I'm just giving it as an example. Like, um, let's just say maybe you possibly suffered with like child abandonment issues, you know, from a young child, and you thought you already healed from that and moved, you know, on, and now suddenly something out of nowhere just knocks you on your behind to remind you that maybe I haven't gotten, you know, over it, past it, just as an example. And that happens, and it stinks. Onyx stone, and I know that, beautiful, you know, wounds, things that get triggered, they're hard to face. But Onyx stone, beautiful, I know you're strong. I know you're stronger than that too. And I know you can face and get through anything you set your mind to. It just came out of nowhere. Yeah, beautiful, that's normally how it happens. And I know that's usually how it happens. It knocks us out of nowhere. It happens when you least expect it. I know. And I'm sorry, honey. I'm sending you a big hug, Onyx Throne. And I'm sending you nothing but love and light, girlfriend. So that could be why Spirit had me pull from this. That makes some sense. Which, there's another one I want to pull from. In fact, Spirit told me to pull 2 cards for you from this. Okay, Spirit, I got it. Alright. Okay, Spirit. Can I get 2 cards, please? For Onyx Throne. Uno. Those. Wow. Now I love this. Since she's at the bottom too. From one of the Oracle decks I'm pulling from for you, beautiful. Onyx Throne at the bottom of my Goddess deck. This is my Shadow deck. I got the Goddess Gaia. And it says, when my patience wears thin, the earth trembles and the storms rage. That's beautiful. And that's what you got to believe, you know. And maybe the grounds do shake around you. I mean, I know they do. You know, especially when my temper gets the best of me, which is rare, but my patience too. Yeah. I have a habit of you know, I just, you know, will you can say I'll pace, I fidget. Sometimes I do that just to get me moving though, to try and get that work that aggression out of me. But make the ground tremble before your feet, girlfriend. Goddess guy, I wanted to come out and say that to you. But I did pull these other two goddesses. If I could find them. There's one. Okay. Yeah, I understand that too, Onyx. I do, beautiful. I think the same thing sometimes with me. When people like to push me, and I think I'm being as calm and as patient as I can be. But yeah, my attitude will say, you know, gets adjusted. And that's how I'm gonna put that. Oh, wait, maybe it is right there. I overlooked it. Let's see. Um, there it is. Haven't used this deck in a while. Wow, Onyx Stone, I haven't used this deck in a while. I forgot about this deck. That's pretty bad. Jeez. Alright, spirits. Can I get one card from this Onyx Stone, please? Thank you. Okay. Doggone it. Alright. Let's try this again. Alright, spirit. Show me, please. Well, that one just popped right out, didn't it? Yeah. Oh, I love this. Onyx Stone. Your spirit team wants to give you a hug, girlfriend. Look what I have right here. What does that say? Just so you can read it, girlfriend. Hopefully, I can make it to where y'all can read it. Yeah. Is it blurry? Yeah. Doggone it. Can y'all read that? It don't look like it's showing up. In case it's not showing up, beautiful, it says a spiritual hug. So, Spirit wants to give you a hug, girlfriend. I was at the bottom of this other deck I pulled from for you. And those are always good. I remember there's been times over the years where I know how I have felt my mama hug me. Even though, you know, she's not in the physical anymore, but her spirit still appears. She lets me know when she's around. And I have felt her touch me, and specifically, I've even felt her hug me. So, and it's always nice to feel that. The times that I have felt it. Okay, I'm going to put this to the side because I'll pull that out last in case I still feel like I need it. Alright. Oh, how do you want to do that, Spirit? Okay. Alright, beautiful. Can I pull from everything? This was the last one. One more. I can do this for you. Alright, Spirit. Show me for Miss Onyx Stone, please. No. This last card. Alright. Put this on real quick. Beautiful. I need to move of my way. Alright, Onyx stone. Okay, so what I got here for you, beautiful Onyx throne. First card up for you, girlfriend. This is your recent past energy. I'm getting you in like the King of Cups energy. And, you know, even though it's a king, beautiful, I know you know to not pay attention to the gender. It's just you showing more of your masculine energy here. And I think this is beautiful, you know, even like this orca whale. You know, you have this big heart. We know orcas for being, you know, at least overall, we think of like Shamu, right? And we think of them being playful and loving and nurturing, as I feel like you are. And I feel like Spirit wants to remind you of this. And they want you to never forget about always having hope. Um, because you are hope. Even if it feels like you're lacking hope sometimes in your life, when things get, you know, taken off course, when you feel like you may not have the answers or know exactly where you're going, you are still the star. And you got to remember that, beautiful. You're the star of your life. And you provide hope to others. And I think it's a reminder that you also got to remember to give it back to yourself. Be hopeful. Be that loving, nurturing energy that leads and, you know, surrounds, you know, others in that. And, you know, be like a leader that leads like a community, like a group of friends, you know, your family. There's always reasons to hope, to never give up, even when it feels like life is just kicking us down, right? Don't feel that way, honey. And the next one, this is your present energy, Onyx throne. I got you in the Empress, girlfriend. Look, Empress. Empress is very, you know, it's the feminine energy. It's our creativity. We're very creative. We're very abundant. So think of abundance, but don't think of it just in the material or the monetary way, the tangible. Think of it also in your spiritual, your mental, your emotional, and your physical well-being overall. You're very abundant right now. And I feel like you're trying to manifest this in. And I feel like it's coming in. You know, there's a lot to be hopeful for, even if it feels like right now there isn't much there. You still are full of life. And there's so much ideas that I feel like are popping through your head of things you can do to improve your life overall and to bring in more happiness, surround yourself. Um, to receive like you're, you know, you have this big hug, you know, of people, you know, hugging and surrounding you. Um, and like the Empress, they're, you know, they're known for being like your mothers, your grandmothers. You know, they've already had their, you know, life and had their family, their careers, their home. You know, they're pretty much established and looking after, you know, the little ones and kind of enjoying life and enjoying like the fruits of their labor. But it's also a card that means you can be so fertile with ideas. You know, um, some people may read it as this is a card that can say you're pregnant. I don't do health, and I know you know that, beautiful. But, you know, there possibilities there too, you know, just so you know. Um, it can also mean that, being pregnant. But I don't feel like that's what this means for you, all right? Um, I feel like this is all about your material abundance and your physical abundance. And I feel like this is something you need to focus on. Like your physical abundance needs to be a center point right now, is what I'm feeling. To make sure you're taking care of yourself. You're getting the extra nourishment you need to make sure your body is nourished. You're doing, getting plenty of rest, sleep, drinking, plenty of water, making sure you're getting some exercises, making sure you're taking care of yourself so you have the energy to go out there and grab those opportunities, that will create more abundance for you. Like if you're trying to focus more on your material, your monetary abundance. Because I get the Nine of Pentacles right here that says that. This is all about that material harvest. Like you sitting here on the table, and looking at your harvest. I feel like, it's fixing to come through if it hasn't happened yet. And you said that you dreamed that you just, won, what'd you say, $400 million? Hey, beautiful. This might be it. This might be your confirmation. So, you know, maybe it's that day to kind of like go try your luck at the lottery. You never know, beautiful. Onyx stone, you might be the one, girlfriend. I'd be happy to see it too. But don't feel like you're in lack. Do not feel like you're, lacking anything. Even if all your wants aren't being met. Can you at least, look around yourself and see that at least your basic needs are being met right now? You've got a roof over your head, you still got food on the table, with a warm bed to sleep in, clothes, shoes. You know, overall, are you physically healthy? Think of it in that context. Because truthfully, and I think some people do forget this in life. People are so focused on the material, the um the I'm losing my freaking words. The monetary, making money. That, that's what they strive for through their whole life, right? Trying to make as much money as they can, thinking they're going to have this great, beautiful life, but maybe they can't enjoy it in the moment. But they're thinking like retirement time, right? By the time retirement comes, their health is failing. Can they really enjoy it? And when you stop and think, at least for me, when I think of people who have worked all their life, and then get to retirement age, I can't think of maybe one, two people, outside of my grandparents, my paternal grandparents, who had their health, who were able to like truly enjoy their golden years without having to constantly worry about going to the doctor, go have this test done, get that medication, do this, do that, They weren't, most people I know weren't able to enjoy it the way they had dreams. Like, you think of people who go through and say, oh, I would love to, just something crazy. Like I would love to go to Hawaii and, climb all the rocks to look at all the beautiful waterfalls, hike it all. They think doing that in the retirement age, but they forget. Maybe by the time they get to that age, their knees might be bad. They might be suffering from arthritis in their ankles, their back. And then they realize, oh crap, I may not be able to do it now. So think of it in that context. You could get all the material, the monetary, but will you be able to enjoy it the same? So be mindful of taking care of your physical. I feel like it's what spirit needs you to remember, you know, and the money you need, to provide not just your basic needs, but your wants and something more to enjoy life, to say there's something to live for outside of just working and, wearing yourself out day in and day out. Yeah, we all are deserving of that. We all put in the time and energy to work to make a living, so we have a place to live and food on the table. But some of us can get carried away and go too far. It's about a balance here. So just keep that in mind. It's all about, perspective. Don't, put all your eggs in one basket either, is what Spirit just said. Don't think that, you do one thing and that's going to be what's gonna, fix everything else that you may need fixing in your life. Don't think of it that way. Make sure you got plenty of options. There's more than one opportunity out there. There's more than one idea that you can look at. You know, doesn't mean you got to go chase them all at the same time, but keep it in the back of your mind that there's, like the saying goes, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Just like there's more than one way to, peel an onion or, an apple. Think of it in that context, beautiful. Because here in the center, how I said, Spirit wanted me to remind you, slow and steady wins the race. Here is the Knight of Pentacles. And the Knight of Pentacles is someone who is out there that may not have all the knowledge, all the wisdom, experience to go out there and obtain the monetary, the material. Since we're talking about pentacles, this can even be your career. But they're willing to go out there and try and give it their best shot, right? Because they know along the way they'll learn. So they're going to take whatever knowledge and experience they do have and apply it. So, and maybe you don't get there as fast because the knight in the tarot is known as being slow. They're not fast. So Spirit's showing me this is going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight. So be mindful of that. Be patient. Know that, yeah, we may want it overnight, but it may not happen. So be realistic. I'm not saying, does that give you an excuse to sit it out per se? No. But if it doesn't get there as quickly as you want or foresee, don't kick yourself or beat yourself up over it either, or anyone else for that matter. It's like they say, Rome wasn't built in a night. It took a long time to build it. So think of, your life, the journey you're on, same way. It will come to you gradually. And maybe, maybe you only move maybe half an inch per day. Let's just say if we're running a race. Maybe you only get to move half an inch or a foot per day. Okay, instead of being able to walk a mile. That, inch or that foot per day, it doesn't seem like a lot, but over time, it does add up, which means you'll still get there. It just is going to take a little bit longer, possibly. Or right there at the end of crossing that finish line, you get that boost of energy and you get through it faster. Like, think of like the tortoise and the hare as an example. Everybody thought the tortoise was going to lose, because the hare is much faster. But what happened? You know, the hare got a good startup right there at the end. Tortoise won. Unbelievable, right? But that could be how it comes to you too. Just be mindful of people around you though, who may want to interfere in your life, who may want to slow you down, who may want to, say like, be negative in the context of pretend like they're your friends or they're all for you, but really in actuality they're not, they're being two-faced. And I only say that, beautiful, because I have the Seven of Swords right here. And this is all about competition, deception, you get others behind you, even people trying to, keep things from you. People trying to pull the wool over your eyes, Think of like someone who could even, as Spirit's trying to remind me, think of it in the context of like, let's just say for an example, you and someone else at your job, your manager, makes y'all work on a project together. And let's just say you come up with all these great ideas, but the person your manager asked you to work with, they don't have any ideas. They're not really bringing anything to the table, right? So there's nothing there that really you can say they added to it, other than maybe, being like your assistant, we'll say. But then, for whatever reason, the manager thinks that your coworker did all the work and made you look like you didn't offer anything. and then they get all the, recognition, for a job well done. Think of it in that context for an example. There's going to be people like that could be doing that. There can even be others in your circle who could be trying to take things from you that you're not aware of. You know, something that's important to you. Think of your money, personal belongings, that, something along those lines. Um, I really feel like this is more of like in the context of work. Like something like that could be going on, though, that someone could be trying to pull a fast one on you. Someone's like being secretive, someone's being sneaky. That's what this is telling me. You know, maybe, like I said, you're the tortoise and maybe you don't get things done or move as quickly as others, but you're still contributing and you do a better job than they do. Maybe they're faster, but let's just say they're cleaning, the office and you're helping them clean it. But, they do a quick, piss poor job just to get out of there. But you stay an extra hour and take your time. And it's all pretty, on the side of the office you cleaned up. Then the boss comes in next day and it's like, oh, wow, great job, But they're thinking that the other people who did a piss poor job is the one that did what you did, as an example. You know, just because they're faster doesn't mean they did a great job. So think of it in all that context, baby. You know, Onyx Throne, I know people like to be deceptive. And I know people like to go through and pretend like, they're for you. That, they want nothing but the best for you, but then they're jerks. And it's people can be arrogant and full of themselves too. People, who and oh, I don't want to talk about this person again, but think of people who might, be making a good living, and they may have, a home and all these things, whatever. And now they have this arrogance, and they think they're better than everybody else. No, they're not. They're no better than you, or me, or anyone else. Okay, having those things does not make them better. And going around and having this arrogant attitude like, you're better. No. Or like you're bragging, like you're rubbing it in people's faces. It tends to rub you the wrong way. And those are the people you don't want in your circle. You want to like what? Like, come on. That, no. It's people that just, I don't know. It seems like, you find some of those people, Onyx Throne, that, and I feel for some people who get this way, because I think of the ones that feel like they have to do that. Either you think of someone who's full of themselves, who could be like a narcissist, or better yet, I think of someone who probably wasn't treated well as a child. I think of someone who was probably bullied, picked on. And now suddenly they gotten older and they found this success suddenly and they think they're, you know, the biggest, brightest, better person. And maybe they see the people that picked on them are not doing so well in life and it strokes their ego. Or they're just that type of person. They constantly need their ego stroked. They constantly need someone to come behind them and pat them on the back saying, good job. Oh man, you're awesome. I don't need people to do that, you see? And I'm sure you don't either, but there's some out there who have to have it. They have to be the center of attention, It's not to say that if people do something nice for you that you don't say thank you and acknowledge them, but there are some people out there that need more than just, thank you so much. They need to be like, reminded of it like every day or two kind of thing. Those are the people you want to kind of think of. No, stay over there kind of people. So be mindful of that. I feel like some of this could be playing in at work. But it might even be playing in your circle, honey. Don't be fooled. You know, everything that shines isn't good, isn't pretty. Okay. Now, what's the advice here? Spirit wants to remind you, you know, don't get fooled by this. Don't even go through, and if people want to act foolish like that, don't even give it any care or concern with this Four of Cups. You know, people want to act like they're a big shot or want to put you down or make you feel like you're less than or you have nothing to offer. Ignore that noise. Focus on you. What are you trying to create for yourself? What are you trying to create for your life? Long term. That's the focus. Focus on you. And yes, the people you live in your house who, you know, family, friends, don't matter. You know who are genuinely there for you. And everyone else, you know, if they're there, great. But the ones who just aren't, don't put your energy there. It's not worth it. It's just not. It just drains you and makes you feel bad and makes you second guess yourself. Because then you allow like all this, their thoughts, their criticism of you to seep into your head. And that puts you in doubt. You know, it emotionally drains you just as much as it does mentally. So Spirit's saying, don't pay this no mind. Act uninterested. You know, put it up like, yeah, okay. You know, let's just say they want to offer you a drink. You know, like when I think of the Four of Cups, it's like someone offering you something, but you're not even paying any attention. That's what Spirit's saying. Don't pay it any attention, okay? And yeah, this might create conflict with people. It might create disagreements, arguments, even tension. I say that because I have this Five of Swords with this, but it doesn't mean it has to be the end of the world or take hold of everything else you got going on, the positive things that are moving in a positive direction. You know, that this little distraction, that little distraction over there, don't allow it to get the best of you, girlfriend. Let that energy go, because guess what? You know, even though this Five of Swords is gonna make you feel like you might feel like you're defeated, you're not. Don't feel like you are. You're not. Okay? You stay focused. Stay grounded. You know, if you got to take a break, take a deep breath. Remind yourself to breathe, relax, recenter yourself, and focus. Focus on what's important, what's right in front of you, not what's going on here or over here. Let everything else go. Because here you are, coming out like this Emperor. You know how I have you over here in the Empress. Here's the Emperor. And you know, you put these two together too, Onyx Throne. That's like a couple. So you want love too, beautiful. This is coming out like this. So that is potential out there, like around the corner, I feel, for you. But the Emperor, you know, just like, you know, the Empress's mate, take charge, be confident, you know, take the higher ground, the higher road, be mature, you know, be strategic. You got what you need. You know, you're not, you know, an idiot per se. If some people want to treat you like you are, the heck with them. Okay? Take the lead. You're in charge of your life. Okay? And the rest that you're not in charge, like I said, you can't control what everybody else does, but then that's when you surrender control to the universe and let it go. And what happened yesterday, beautiful, the day before that, it's done with. You can't change it, right? You know, could it spill over into your present right now? I'm not saying that it can't or it hasn't, but try and minimize, you know, how it affects you as much as possible. And what of it can you control? What in it can you change? That's what Spirit wants you to remember. You're the Emperor. Just like the Empress, take control, take charge, take direction. You know the direction to go in. You know the path you want to go down. You know what needs to be done. Just be disciplined, be structured. Because when you do that, you're going to create this firm foundation. And with the Four of Pentacles, that foundation you're trying to work on, it's going to be strong. It may mean that are you not able to give people as much of your time and attention or help them like maybe you were doing before? Maybe. But you got to make sure your cups are filled or overflowing before you can go around helping other people too. So also remember that. This Four of Pentacles to remind you, you still got a firm foundation that you're building upon as this Emperor here. And I feel like this Emperor's, you are the Emperor, yes, but I feel like an Emperor's coming into your life. So be on the lookout. Now, does that necessarily have to mean romantic? No. Though I feel like it is. It can be just a masculine energy that comes in that's willing to kind of like guide you and show you, well, this is how you do this. Oh, well, let me show you a quicker way of how to do that. Or, you didn't know how to do something. Well, let me show you. Allow them to kind of guide you too. Be like, a mentor. Now, that's a good thing. And y'all can like feed off of each other. Get ideas off each other with like this Empress. And I told you I kept getting the Three of Pentacles and the Three of Cups. That's all about celebration. When I was shuffling, it was the Three of Pentacles and the Three of Cups. Three of Cups is all about celebration. Three of Pentacles is all about collaboration, partnership. So, partnership could be romantic, but it can just be, working with others. Finding, one or two people, or maybe it's a bigger group that you work well with. It makes sense. Like if you want to start, a new endeavor, start a business per se. It can be that. But I feel like, beautiful, you got to leave a lot behind too. Because like, I was telling you, like there's something you got to walk away from to gain like greater clarity, a greater awareness. Like this Eight of Cups right here. You got to, withdraw, but walk away. Maybe water is healing for you. If there's somewhere you can go where there's, a pool, a lake, if you live near the beach, the water, allow that to be healing. Sometimes it means just even get in your shower. Not that you need to, you're not that you're dirty, but just to recharge you, because water can be very healing. But just like this other Eight of Cups from the other deck, like this tiger, here's all these cups here, but you see this tiger is not even looking at these cups. This tiger is looking onward. They're pretty much walking away without a care. So I feel like Spirit wants you to let it go. And I feel like the things that you may not know right now, that's going on, you may not know everything that's coming down the road. But I feel like the things that maybe have been hidden from you, that maybe you weren't made aware of, I feel like they will come to the light here soon. That's what my gut feeling, that's what Spirit's telling me. So don't feel like you don't know. Or that just because you may not be aware of everything that it's not going to come to be, or you're not going to, know what to do. You'll know, beautiful. Trust yourself. Trust your intuition. You're dialed in. And I know you know that too. Okay, let me get to now these oracle cards. I'll start with the first one. This is don't fear change, embrace it, and grow. It says change is a large part of the human journey. And in order to grow, you have to know change at some point. The wise spirit sages and masters know that everything in the human world is impermanent and will therefore change. And because of this, they accept transformation. Watching life evolve over time has taught them that those who learn not to resist evolutionary changes will always survive, whereas those who struggle with them will not. It is because life is always changing that so many lessons can be learned here. Now is not the time to concern yourself with being right or wrong. It is time to change and adapt. Accept this and you will grow. You already know this in your heart. And what I can tell you is the one thing that's guaranteed in this life is change. So you're gonna have to accept whether it's good or bad. The best thing you can do is being able to surrender to knowing that and doing the best you can to adapt to it, to adapt to the changes and to not allow it just to knock you, off your footing. You just got to learn how to pivot. So welcome the change in. Know that, change is good. Yeah, it's scary, but it's also good because you learned more about yourself. Will it challenge you, possibly test you in ways that you hadn't been tested or challenged before? Sure. But that's what helps us to evolve and grow to become better people. Ouch. So allow the change to come in. Don't fear it. Like I said, surrender to it. And then the next one is Spirit wants to remind you, be proud of yourself. And Onyx, don't I told you this before? Beautiful. Be proud of yourself. Okay? Because Spirit wants to remind you of this. Be proud of yourself. This is the last quarter moon in Taurus. And it says, do you really believe in you? No one is perfect, but you need to believe in yourself and what you have to offer. Be proud of yourself. You came to this earth with a purpose to fulfill. This card suggests that there are a lot of unresolved self-worth questions that need to be answered before you can start to create the life you know is waiting for you. Being real is the key here. Don't pretend for appearance's sake. You're more than allowed and encouraged to be your real self. And that's also true, beautiful. Always be yourself. Be your true, genuine, authentic self. Don't try and, put on a mask just because it might please others. I'm not saying, if that means, you tend to get bent out of shape and, tempers flare and, some people, they're always miserable, right? And it doesn't matter, what happens, what time of year. They can't even be cheerful around the holidays, just as an example. It's nothing to do about them. But you got to learn how to still get along with them, especially if you work with them. Just don't try and put it on a mask to please others, because maybe it might make them more comfortable or make them accept you. They're going to either accept you or they won't. You got to love yourself, know you're worthy, more than worthy, and deserving of the people who will love and care about you for you being your true authentic self, not pretending to be someone else you're not. And I remember saying that to you the last time, beautiful. Always be your true authentic self. Don't doubt it. Don't question it. People don't like who you are. Tell them go kick rocks. You're not changing. And then the next one I have is, actually, let me read these first. This is my shadow deck, my goddess deck. So, like the one card I showed you earlier, these two cards are coming from. The first one is Ariadne. I think that's how you pronounce it, but I'm not positive. Um, this is the Weaver of Betrayals. And here's the story, and then the message will be behind it. Ariadne was the daughter of King Minos of Crete in Greek mythology. When Athens was required to send sacrifices to Labyrinth, a young prince named Theseus volunteered to be one of the tributes. She fell in love with him and gave him a ball of thread that he could unravel as he entered the labyrinth, ensuring he could find his way back out and escape. However, as they sailed back to Athens, he abandoned her on the island of Naxos, leaving her heartbroken and betrayed. The story carries themes of love and betrayal, resonating with our own experiences of heartbreak and emotional turmoil, prompting us to explore the complex dynamics of relationships and abandonment. You may be dealing with feelings of betrayal or a sense of abandonment in your own life. You may be facing a situationship or relationship that is filled with contradictions and deep emotional currents. Delve into your own emotional labyrinth, unravel the threads of your feelings, and seek clarity. You have the strength and capacity to navigate through challenging situations and emerge stronger on the other side. It is time to release the attachments to old patterns that no longer serve you. Surrender to the unknown and open yourself up to new possibilities. And on the card it says, I am a guiding thread through the labyrinth of life, illuminating the path to liberation. So believe this, Onyx Stone, you are that guiding light, that guiding thread. You're on that path, the path you're meant to go down. Release what no longer serves you, beautiful. Release, those wounds. You mentioned, something triggered you recently. And it's crazy that I said something about like child abandonment, possible, issues, but I was using it as a general, not, meaning, literally to you. And it's just crazy. It's even giving me goosebumps, just the fact that that's what this card is also talking about. Having those wounds from like being abandoned, being betrayed, heartbroken. Make sure you work on your own healing, because that too plays into your overall physical well-being, your physical health. To have a clear mindset, to be able to see, the future ahead, to keep your head focused on the here and now, but also into the future, by letting go of what's behind you, which is the past. The past shouldn't, be coming back and haunting you per se. I know you've heard me say it before, and I'll say it again. Onyx Stone is like, how they talk about, and I say this, don't, the only things you should be bringing forward with you from your past are the people you want to have in your life, the beautiful memories you've made, and the lessons you've learned, and applying them to your present and your future. Everything else, leave it behind. It's not doing you any good, girlfriend. And then the other one for you, Onyx Throne, is Callie, which I know this is Callie Ma, I think. And it says Callie, a fierce and powerful goddess in Hindu mythology, embodies the energy of creation and destruction, both a destroyer and a liberator. She embodies the cycles of life and death. Their destructive nature is not malevolent, but serves as a catalyst for transformation and renewal. Their actions aim to dismantle illusions, attachments, and limitations, clearing the path for spiritual growth and liberation. Callie's fierce energy symbolizes the transformative power of destruction and chaos, suggesting that a cycle of your life is coming to an end, urging you to let go of what no longer serves your growth. Embrace the process of shedding old patterns, relationships, or beliefs to make way for rebirth and renewal. As chaos would have it, this card signifies a need to break free from the chains that hold you back. Question and challenge these expectations imposed upon you. Express your authentic self unapologetically, and above all, embrace your wild, untamed nature. Even if it defies societal expectations, it calls for radical self acceptance and self expression, empowering you to shine your unique light in the world. So assert healthy boundaries and face obstacles with unwavering determination. So, again, beautiful Onyx throne. You know, I know when I read for you last time, girlfriend, I know we were talking about, the fear, you and your mama, the fear of possibly losing y'all's home because unfortunately your grandmother's sick, and I know that's very hard. But I also told you, don't look at it like that's gonna be um what ends everything, or where like you're gonna be in despair. Like, if y'all aren't able to stay in y'all's home anymore, know that there is a good reason behind it. And I know you know that. I think after I got done reading for you, you even said that you would understand why the universe would try and change it, to make it to where you can't, stay there. But, like I told you, I feel like you'll find later down the road the reasons behind it. I feel like you'll probably get more clarity with it. It's things like those obstacles. We want to face them head on, making a game plan now, and then, pivoting when you have to, or having to take a step back. And maybe you don't have the answer right now, but maybe you have to take a step back and look at it from a whole different direction than what you were looking at it from before. And sometimes it means having to ask others in your circle, people you would trust, like, what does this look like? How would you handle this? It doesn't mean you got to take everything they say. Take it, with what resonates, and, the rest, leave it behind. Take it with a grain of salt, as some people would say. But know, no matter what, beautiful, you are fierce. It may not feel like you are. I know it may feel like, you get very afraid and you overthink things, and it could get you down and, make you emotional and moody, those types of things. And it's understandable. And it's understandable when people trigger, especially cutting into a wound we thought that was, long past been healed. And it just somehow has a habit of resurfacing again, like you said, just right out of nowhere. And I know it's hard to, face those things. But at the end of it, you're not facing it alone, beautiful. You know, whether you feel like you got people around you in your physical circle you can lean on to help you or not, your spirit team's always there. You can always talk to them still. And they're always trying to reach their hand out to you. It's just a matter on, do you trust yourself enough to receive those messages? Do you trust yourself to trust what those messages are that are coming through to you? That it is them coming through. And it not just being like your mind, running away, from you. And, in case I didn't tell you this the last time, one of the best ways for me where I can, say, okay, what's the difference between the messages, or the thoughts that come through to me that, are those my thoughts? Or is that, my spirit team, my past or loved ones trying to communicate? I always look at it, it's like, the thought that comes through, does that really sound like something I would think? Like where in the heck did that come from? Kind of, feeling. Like, it doesn't sound like you, right? because it's not you. It's your loved ones. It's your spirit guides. It's your guardian angels giving you those messages. And another way of thinking of it is like, you know, let's just say earlier in the day you were asking, the universe, can I get some help here? Like, I don't know what to do. And you don't get the answer right away, but let's just say some hours later, maybe while you're in the kitchen washing dishes, it's suddenly just out of nowhere, like an epiphany. A light bulb goes off, and that thought, that answer comes through. Trust it then, especially when it feels like it's coming from back here and not so much here. Okay, that's how you kind of separate the two. At least that's how it works for me. So don't be afraid to trust it, and especially if your intuition is really like pulling you one way and just keeps telling you, you know, you want to turn left, but something keeps telling you, no, turn right. You don't want to turn left. You don't want to go down that road. You need to turn right. Turn right. You know, there's a reason. You may not understand it in that moment, but there's a good reason. So trust in yourself, gorgeous, because Spirit wants you to take the lead. And I know you can do this. Why? Because they showed me a card now. To really? Beautiful. But do you need to know right now? I mean, you're talking about school. Is this um I'm taking it's college, right? When you're talking about school and courses. But beautiful, do you really need to know exactly where you're going? Like what you're wanting to do right this second? Um, is there like any um basic classes that you can take that you would need to take no matter where you go, as far as what career path you want to take? I would focus on that first. Ask them, what are those requirement classes that I would need to, before I choose a major, which one, what are those classes? Can I, take those first, then maybe, after a semester or two, I can then reconsider, and maybe it'll come to me then what I really want to do. That's what I would do. I would sit down with I'm sure there's a counselor there you can talk to, to kind of help figure out which way to go. In fact, Onyx Throne, I know there's some kind of test. Man, oh, what's the name of it? Crap, and I think he's asleep. No, that's not good, honey. You've lost your passion to learn because you're not sure which direction you're going. And that's understandable too. Onyx Stone, beautiful. Is there any way you can just take a semester off and kind of, maybe you just need a break right now to kind of put your time and attention in other things? And that maybe that'll give you some time to re-examine, give you some clarity on which path, which way you want to go. But I know there was some kind of test that you could take. I don't know if it's like through a school or even some type of business where it would go through, and it might be some type of psychology test where it's like you just, it's multiple choice. And you just answer these questions to be like, to kind of like fine tune where are your strengths, Where are your weaknesses? Like an example, um, are you a leader? Like, can you go through and be in charge of a group of people and designate responsibilities? Or do you flourish and blossom in a group of people who are working together side by side? Um, like think, well, that's not even a good example. What would be an example of that? And I guess the best example I can come up with is like you think of like a restaurant, okay? I don't know if you've ever paid attention to this, but if you ever go to a sit down restaurant, at least most, big sit down restaurants, you'll notice there's normally more than one person that's waiting on you, okay? You'll have the main server. Hold on, let me take a sip of this. You'll have the main server who takes your, food order, your drink order, and brings you your drinks and puts your food order in. But then you find that maybe you order an appetizer, but it's not your server who delivers the appetizer, it's someone else. And then when your entree's delivered, it might be the same person who served you your appetizer, or it could be a completely different person. It's just not your actual server. So they're working as a team. You see? So, can you take charge in a sense? Okay, I can do this. I can take on these duties, but I still need help, bringing the food out per se. It's not that you can't lead, it's just you might need just an extra set of hands. Um, or can you be someone that like works in an office that can be like the office manager and have all these employees reporting to you and be able to designate, you do this, you do that. You see, it's that kind of test that would kind of be able to fine tune and figure out what your weaknesses are, what your strengths are, and maybe that'll be the guiding light you need to give you the clarity which road to go down. And you might be able to better identify, okay, these are my strengths according to this. So what out of all these areas will I be the best at? That would make sense. What would bring me fulfillment? What's the career that you can see yourself doing for the rest of your life? That would be fulfilling for you. You feel like you're answering your purpose. That's how I would approach it. It's not, needing to always know the answers, because I think there's a lot of students, Onyx Throne, who go into school. They don't know yet what they want to do. Sometimes it takes them having to go to school for maybe, half of a school year to figure out which direction they want to go before being able to make a decision. Or you hear about all those students who end up at school and they start off with one major, have one major in mind, but then they change it. And then maybe the next semester, they're like, no, I don't want to do that now. They change their major again. It does happen, beautiful. I don't feel like you have to absolutely need to know um, the answers right now. Just be mindful of that, honey. Don't be so hard on yourself. Don't kick yourself in the behind for not knowing, not having the answer. Be compassionate with yourself. Be loving and nurturing. But I would look at what can you do as a career that would bring you fulfillment, but you can make a good living wage. That's what I would look at, beautiful. So don't kick yourself yet. And that's what I feel like Spirit wants to remind you of, because, again, they want to remind you you're in charge of your life. Because out of my manifesting deck, I pulled the leadership card for you. And it says, embrace your leadership skills and implement them in your life. When you lead from the heart, others will naturally follow you. And It says here, when you lead with integrity, others will instinctively follow you because they trust and believe in you. For some people, it's natural to be the one in control, while others are content to follow. At the same time, sharing different, equally important skills. Ultimately, everyone will naturally find their own position. This is asking you if you're being led up the garden path. You'll know if this is true by your reaction to this question. If this is the case, it's time to take stock of the situation. Own your leadership skills and take yourself to a place where you feel comfortable and in control of your own path. Another possibility to consider is that it's time for you to follow a leader in a particular situation or for a task that needs doing. It's important for us to admit that we need to follow another for the highest good of the group, community, and all. The leader-follower times in life fluctuate just like the weather. So who knows? Maybe sometimes you are the leader. Other times maybe you allow someone else to take the lead. And you know, beautiful, I need to pull from another deck for you now. Now that you tell me about, having to question your career because of this. Let me get to that because I feel like I need to do that for you. It's a manifestation. It's a money manifestation deck is what it is. So, in fact, the stupid doggone, one of the decks I've been waiting on that I thought was going to be here like Wednesday still isn't here. I'm hoping it'll be here today, but I've been saying that for the last couple of days and still not here. Where'd it go? Let me see. This might give some guidance to that, honey. I just want to see what comes out real quick. Alright, let's see real quickly. I think it's 5 or 6 cards I have to pull from this to get an answer. And then I'll go over it with you. I just want to see. Yeah, it is. Let me do this quickly. Spirit. And then get some direction on where Onyx Stone is supposed to go. Any concerns. Her career path and college. What's the best advice for her? And then I'll tell you the other couple of oracle cards I pulled after this. Alright, Spirit. Please show me for Onyx Throne. What is it? There's one. Alright. Holy Spirit. And that one just jumped right out. It's like crap. Holy Spirit. It's 2. Doggone it. All right. Well. Okay, there's that. Let me figure this out. Well, okay. Let me try and explain this to you. Because I only got 3 of one, but I didn't get 3 of the other. So, let me see if any of these, though, will tell me. All right. You got 3 books. Okay, and I'm just going to tell you what they mean generally. Okay. This is just one of the cards. It says connection, but a special connection will open doors for you on your path. It may be a partner or mentor, a client or a helpful friend. Okay, but this is a book, and I have 3 of them here, and so the books represent having lessons and learning experiences that could help you to align with your abundant destiny. It also can mean you are going through a state of metamorphosis and transformation. Be patient, but expect many positive changes as you evolve into the next stage of your abundant identity. And, I think it's interesting, beautiful, knowing the fact we're talking about you going to school, college. So, one is someone's going to help you with this, a mentor, a friend, someone, a partner. The next one says retreat. Sometimes taking a break is the best thing you can do to gain clarity and a fresh perspective. And that's what I just told you too. Can't make this up. Spirit's confirming. Maybe you just need to take a break, take a semester off to gain some clarity, beautiful, before trying to figure it out. And the third one says inner work. Says don't be afraid to prioritize your personal growth and spiritual development. Health and wellness are necessary to enjoy an abundant life. Health and wellness, be it like I was, if I can get to it, just like this Empress. This is all about abundance and having those ideas being a crate. So, taking a break, honey, and doing the inner work and focusing on your material, yes, that's important. But your physical, mental, and emotional is just as important too. So I feel like some of that right now is where you probably need to prioritize things before trying to tie yourself again to anything else. You got a key card here, and it says niche. With your unique experiences and fresh perspectives, you would do very well specializing in. What is it? What is this for you? That's what, Spirit's saying to focus on. And where'd it go? Receiving a key is mindset shifts that will unlock abundance and help you create your timeline of ultimate prosperity. So this is going to unlock the door to where you're wanting to go to help you answer your question of what to do next. Where exactly, do you want to go down, to major in as a career that will help you, or you to have, prosperity and overall a good life and be successful and feel like you've achieved. And the next one is Entitlement. Why do you believe that you deserve benefits and privileges that you haven't earned or worked for? So this could be what's holding you back too. Locks represent your subconscious wealth blocks and limiting beliefs. I feel like, beautiful, this is just to say, um, stop feeling like you're not worthy enough or not good enough or not capable. But doesn't mean that it's all going to come easy to you or be handed to you. No, it doesn't mean that either. Just, be realistic about what you're wanting to obtain and go after. And the last one is author. And this is what they call galaxy jars. Um, it represents your talents, gifts, and areas of unrealized potential. So being an author, is that a possibility? And it says your words will have a great impact on those who read them. Is this a possibility that you can think of? Something you can do? Maybe you haven't thought of before? This seems to be an idea if this is resonating. Oh, and there's one more here. Dream job. This says, did you ever think you could get paid just for being yourself? What is it? Being your true authentic self? What would this be for you, Onyx Throne? And this is money jar, financial gain, success, growth, and expansion. What would this be for you? I know you're trying to figure that one out. But like I said, maybe take the time off, like one of the other cards said, to really think it through. Wow. Did it really, Onyx Stone? Well, Spirit's answering it here, girlfriend. Hey, I'm not making it up, gorgeous. You know this already, but that tells you right there. Spirit's listening. They're just using me to deliver the messages to you. They're answering you, using me as the mediator between you and them. So focus on all that, girlfriend. You got this, okay? Don't feel like you don't. You do. I know you will figure it out. Be loving and compassionate with yourself. And take your time. Don't feel like, unless people are putting pressure on you to make up your mind now. Beautiful. You still got time. I know people who've taken some time off school before returning for different reasons. Some will say, well, what's the chances of them going back to school, Well, that depends on why they're leaving, or taking time off. Depends on what the real reason is. But if you really, just want to take a semester off, but you're determined to go back, be determined, hold yourself accountable to it. So, yeah, okay, let me get to these last two, and then I'll get to the last 4 messages after that from Spirit that I pulled from a different deck. So, let me do this one first. I pulled another goddess card for you from a different deck. And this is, I think this is pronounced Tanit. And it's pleasure. The goddess of pleasure. And it says, she was the goddess of the stars in ancient Carthage. And she was the goddess of pleasure, filled full moon, midnight table dancing parties that were done in her name. The guidance here is you are thirsty for more pleasure. You can't thrive when life feels dry. You are made of laughter and stardust, not sawdust. Pleasure is your birthright, a gift from the universe. So beautiful again. Maybe you need to find that pleasure, you know, just for a little while. You know, when you can go within, you know, and allow your inner child to come out and be playful and enjoy life a little bit, you'd be amazed how much creative ideas come out. How how good you feel, and all the ideas or where you felt like you were dry before, couldn't think clearly or find your focus, find your compass, have that clarity. Suddenly, it all comes flowing through. So, Spirit wants you to enjoy life. Have some fun, girlfriend. You don't have to, constantly, work, and, study, or whatever, and leave everything else out. Just know, Onyx throne, that, you know, like I try and tell people all the time, and I'm sure you've heard me say this before too, beautiful. Um, Even when, like, things aren't going well, you know, in your life, like, finances, are challenging. I try and tell people, does that mean you stop enjoying your life? You stop living, you know? No. You can still enjoy, you know, life. You just may not be able to do it to the extent you were doing it before. So instead of like maybe eating out every Friday night and Saturday, with the girls and date night, maybe you're only able to choose one of those 2 days. Do you go out with your friends or you go out with your significant other, kind of thing? Just as an example. So it doesn't mean that you have to stop enjoying life. Find the things that you can enjoy, but you just have to scale it back, or maybe, there's a list of things you've been doing. Now suddenly you just can't anymore. Well, what's most important that will give you that enjoyment to feel like, you're, still enjoying life, to a certain degree that's realistic without feeling like you're just, slaving away, to school or holding down a job. That's all you got to do. But you need to have some fun first. Life is important. And it helps us to keep us grounded and centered when we can have fun and enjoy life. And then I pulled this from my guardians and angels, ancestors oracle. And you got Heart Guardian. Love and let yourself be loved. And it says, you are love, lovable, and loving. The energy of love is surrounding your whole world at this time. Angels are swirling around you, encouraging you to open your heart and reveal the blessings that you have to offer. They want you to know that you are a highly loving being who deserves to give and receive love. If you are finding it challenging to feel love at this time, it's important for you to give yourself credit where it's due. You are also encouraged to welcome support from others. Learn to receive. Don't try and do everything on your own. If you are working on a relationship or in a new relationship, this can usher in energies that allow you to forge a powerful connection with your partner. Love is in the air. So never forget, beautiful, you are loved and you're deserving of love. Whether you get love from others or you love yourself. But always know that you are lovable. You are more than worthy of love. And allow love to come in all aspects, in all areas of your life. But never forget to always love yourself too. That's always important. Okay. And then the last few messages for you, Onyx Throne. First one is, this is your friendships. And it says, I understand that a friend is in my life for a reason. So whatever friends you have, beautiful, know that they're there for a reason. You know, don't lose sight of that. You know, make sure you do give time and attention to strengthening your bonds with your friends, but in all relationships that you have. Spirit wants to remind you of this, you know, try not to take people for granted. I get the feeling, is what it's trying to say. The next one is relationships. I am attracted to those people who serve my higher good. Be that magnet that you're attracted to only the people who are there for you. It's like I, was saying in the tarot cards, the ones who aren't, ignore them, but make sure you cut ties with them too, or keep them at a distance. Everyone else who are there for your highest good, who, got your back, support you, in every way possible that anyone can provide support, those are the ones you want to keep close to you, because they want to see you succeed and achieve and thrive just as much as you want it for yourself. And next one is surrender. I can release my need to control. Surrender. Like Spirit was calling out, saying, release the need to always be in control. There's something you gotta let go. Don't be afraid of that. And the last one here is death. I am learning that endings are merely beginnings. Know that when one door closes, a new door opens, It's shedding the old skin. In order for the new skin to surface, you got to shed the old. Don't forget that. You may just have to close the doors on certain people, shed away, the past and leave it behind you so you can look ahead. Because if you're focused on the present and what's ahead of you, you're not worried about the past. You're shedding all that. Then Spirit wants you to be more in the present, to look into the future. And that's what I have for you, beautiful Onyx Throne. Honey, I hope this reading has resonated, girlfriend. I hope it's provide that clarity and the guidance you need. And I hope it's helped to answer your questions that you had. I hope it's also giving you the encouragement you need to keep going, beautiful. Know that you got this and you're not alone. And I want to say thank you. Thank you so much. Again, beautiful, for trusting me to read for you again. It's been an honor, girlfriend. Oh, I'm so glad, girlfriend. Thank you. I'm happy. Yeah, come back and see me in a day or two, honey. Because I'm curious. I should be getting another deck in that's like a money, financial, some type of deck like that. Oracle deck. And I could pull a couple of cards for you from it too when I get it. I'm just curious. I'm really, disappointed it's not here, because I thought it would be here already. So you didn't expect it to be so on the nail today. You didn't expect it to hit home so much as it did. I was in tune. More in tune, apparently. it helps when the energy is calm and peaceful, and you know, the distractions, when I really tune everybody else out, as I try my best to do when I read for people on the stream. But some people just want to act like a fool, and you know, I hope my mods step in and handle them so I can focus on people's readings like you to keep me in tune in that energy. You know, things come out and they're more clearer, you know, but sometimes other disruptions when other people feel the need to try and grab my attention and they're not being respectful that I'm doing a reading for someone, it makes it hard, you know. So I'm thankful that the energy's been very calm so I can do this reading for you. And I'm happy to hear that it's been that spot on and helpful for you, girlfriend. That's all I want to hear. You know, I'm not psychic for nothing. You know what I mean. So thank you again, beautiful. Hi, Eternal. Dang. It's almost 6 o'clock. Are you serious? Wow. Okay. I'll put these cards up. All right. Man. How's everyone doing? Is everyone gravy? Are y'all gravy? Whoa. Look at what the cat dragged in. Hi, Inferno. How you doing, baby? I was wondering about you. Someone told me you were going to stop in and say hi to me. That's so funny, Bob. I did Onyx Throne, the one for Eternal, the General Collective. I don't think that's 3. Am I missing someone? I don't know. There was so much crap going on. I can tell you, baby. Hold on. If you count the General Collective, baby, then yes, that's 3 I've done. Why do you ask? Well, yeah, I was wondering if you were still alive, Inferno. I thought about you many times, like, where are you? Been meaning to reach out to you, but you know how life gets chaotic, baby. So I apologize that I haven't, because I know I got your number, but I know it's been, you know. Hello, Joe. Thank you, baby. How's that going, Inferno? Hi, Karen. How you feeling, girlfriend? Well, is Jeff helping you with that? Because I haven't seen Jeff but maybe once or twice in the past few months, actually. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're learning it, baby. I know it can feel overwhelming at times. That much I do know. You know me, I'm gravy. I'm always gravy. I'm so gravy, I got biscuits and sausage to go with my gravy. I'm happy to hear y'all are doing okay, or as good as can be, I'll say. Mm. Hello, Hannah. Um, it's going, baby. I mean, you know, it has its moments, you know. It may be, you know, dead, but then there's the moments when, um, those nights where it's just, you know, I get 3 or 4. So it comes and goes, baby. Yeah, there is a lot. Um, Karen, mini readings. You're talking about the Rebel Night. That's on Wednesday, girlfriend. So it has its moments, but you know, I'm still building it. Inferno, it's always that way, baby. That's not gonna change. Think of it this way. I must be doing something right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be coming in here acting a fool. So I just let them, you know, keep acting a fool until I gotta step in and, you know, make a fool out of them. It's every once in a while I have to, so. But yes, baby, they still come in. Unfortunately, it's like they don't know how to, you know, find their own life and leave, you know, other people alone. But I try not to allow, you know, it to really get to me. Most times anymore, I've gotten to the point, Inferno, I don't just like delete their comment and kick them out. I report them to YouTube. It's like, I'm not playing with y'all. Y'all think y'all can get away with that nonsense with me? Well, tell me how it feels when, you know, YouTube closes your account. So good luck with that. Is what I always say. And I do have some new decks since you were here last, Inferno. How's work going? You're welcome, Karen. You feeling okay, Karen? And you know, Inferno, then there's those people who still feel entitled, as you know, that feel like they're entitled to come in here and get things from me for free, or they're entitled to my time and taking my time away from, you know, helping other people. And, you know, it's that kind of nonsense, too. Oh, I know, you were worried about that. Well, I'm happy to hear that, baby. I'm happy to hear that hasn't happened. I hope it doesn't ever happen, baby, because that would really stink. So, but things have been good overall. Other than my car still needs to be fixed. I'm here. I'm doing as good as can be expected considering everything. No, I hate to hear that, Karen. I'm sending you nothing but healing, love, and light. Hello, Musa. Um, Inferno. You know, I'm still in my house, but you know, I'm fine, baby. I've been trying to stay focused on this channel and continue working on building it. I did get it monetized finally. I finally, you know, took the time to get the channel monetized. Um, I'm waiting to get memberships going, which I hope to do, but I'm waiting till I get like 10,000 subscribers first before I do it. You know it, baby. Well, you know, I normally stream at least, you know, on average 5 nights a week, but I've done, even though if I may only stream 4 nights, I might do 2 lives in that day and go live at 2 different times. But yeah, I'm working at it, baby. Doing my best. In fact, you know, I started 8 hours ago, so it's 6 o'clock in the morning my time, and I started my live at 10 p.m. Eastern, which is 7 p.m. your time. So I've been here 8 hours. But I was actually getting ready to go, baby. Yes, I do. I talk to Ramon. He comes in here every now and then. I try to make it to his live when I can. I do the same thing with Jeff. I stop in and say hi to Jeff. You know, when I see him, if I'm not streaming or if I'm not in the middle of trying to get ready. So I do go and visit others. Yeah, Karen, I did eat some beef jerky and cheese. So Ramon actually stopped in here like, what, I think a couple weeks ago. Might have been 3 weeks ago. Something like that. He doesn't stop in here often. At least he doesn't say anything if he's here. But yeah, I do. There's several I still reach out to. Um, I just may not be able to keep as close in contact with them as I was before because I'm streaming more and I got other things going on. And I got a big hole in my freaking floor. Oh my gosh. This hole has gotten bigger. This is crazy. Karen, yeah, I can, honey. I just have to go to the store myself and get it. I just haven't. Um, so. So did you come in to just say hi, baby, or did you come for a reading? Yep, the sun's coming up. Hello, Rob. Oh my goodness. So, Inferno, baby, I'll try and reach out to you the next time I have a day off. There's a few people I need to catch up with, in fact. Okay, Karen. That sounds good, honey. Yeah, email me, honey. It sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan, Inferno. Oh, cool beans, Inferno. Yeah, I know who Joji is. That's exciting. Well, beautiful people, I've enjoyed spending this evening with y'all. And I'd love to stay longer and chat and keep up, catch up with y'all. But it's 6 in the morning, and I wanted to try and come on this afternoon if possible. I don't know if I'm gonna make it, but I had the intention at least. So either I'll be back sometime, maybe mid-afternoon, depending on what part of the world you're in. I'm in the United States. I'm on the Eastern time zone. If not, I'll be back by 10 p.m. Eastern tonight for another live stream for more paid readings. So if you didn't get a paid reading from me tonight but are interested, please come back and see me tonight at 10. And please don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already and the stream. And I want to say thank you to everyone for all y'all's love and support and all the beautiful people, my mods who help, me. They help me out a lot. So thank you. Thank you so much. Y'all the best. And I also want to say thank you to everyone who's donated. It means the world to me, y'all. So I can't wait to come back and spend another night with y'all tonight for another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot. Until then, beautiful people, have a wonderful, beautiful day. See you then. Good night.